on stream mode real quick. So in short, I need to know if Rodlin has certain knowledge skills, because if he does, we can do a thing.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't, you might be able to find an NPC who can do a thing.
Well,
This
I
town
saw something.
officially is now classified as happening. Sorry.
Well, I saw an encouraging image recently. It was
Uh,
a soldier who had apparently lost a leg, and he went right back into military service with a artificial limb. It just looks funny though because you got the
Oh, so I
the
have
thigh. You still got the thigh, but he's got like this broad leg, with joints in it and everything. You were gonna say that, Moon?
I was gonna say, back when I was actually doing college things, I was studying prosthetics and replacements, and
Mm-hmm.
like 10 years ago when I was graduating, the stuff that was cutting edge then, which was really good quality above the knee and all the way up to basically almost leg stump. They could do almost full leg replacements.
Yeah.
So now we're up to the point where they have hands with full-on actuators and minor amounts of tactile haptic feedback. So I can only imagine how good the quality of replacement legs are now.
Um,
So just to give you the idea of how the technology has advanced, uh,
mhm.
quite a few of these of the modern prosthetic stuffs, all they're all 3D printed. Like
Now,
a
that's
number of them are open source.
permanently on the table, by the way.
Yeah,
Well, because the guy was a soldier, I think the rod leg he had were titanium bits.
No, they do almost all of it now out of aircraft or titanium, just because they're so minimally reactive with the body.
Yeah, I need very minimal reactive materials because I'm normally allergic to metal, where like steel or anything related to steel will cause little green blisters on my skin.
yeah. So you probably want some kind of high end thermoplastic bullshittery. Um,
Well, at least it's a cup.
yeah, yeah. That's all doable. Like,
Do you have a silicone allergy?
Was that?
Do you have a silicone or a latex allergy?
Not that I'm aware of, but I have apparently certain metals cause an allergic reaction. That's why I don't
Okay,
wear any metal. That's why
those
when
are
you
the two major ones.
yeah, when you saw me in 2018, I had no adornments.
It was weird.
Yeah.
Metal allergies are most common with composites that include nickel, cobalt, or chromium.
Mm-hmm. I even reacted to um, surgical steel, which is supposed to be hypoallergenic for most people.
Meanwhile, I'm remembering the time I had an allergic reaction in a blind experiment to uh, what was it? Silver nitrate? Yeah, silver nitrate.
Oh, my roommate, they, they has a silver reaction too. She can't touch silver.
She must be part werewolf.
That's the joke we have
Yep.
about her. Oh.
It's like, wait, Morgan, there's still one test we can run. Let me hold out my hand. In a second, I'll experience a very painful burning reaction. That's the silver.
Hey, the other thing, thanks to some of the meds I'm on, I got to be kept limiting my time out in the sun.
Ah,
Anyone turn up Linzabi? I can.
What? I'm not loud enough on your end?
Apparently, everyone thinks you're too quiet.
Well, let me see if I can change.
No, you're fine.
that.
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Alrighty. But yeah. So that's like I said, though, I gave a good detailed report of all the things that I am mentally facing because I have a lot of risk factors involved with surgery. Mm-mm.
Hey, everybody. Um,
Oi.
we're watching Disney sue several of the people.
The AI people.
Yeah, yeah. And
Which is
Universal joined in with them on the lawsuit, which means it's like
oh,
sitting over here and watching Sauron and Sauron and Smog all having a battle royale, and you want all of them to lose.
yeah. Yeah. It's kind of funny because, I mean, Universal / Comcast is one of the big studios that wanted to do, let's replace our actors with CGI caricatures.
These companies were fine with AI when they thought it was stealing from independent artists, but as soon as they find out it can very easily steal from them, now they care.
It's
Now
a
they're
genie.
upset.
And once it's out of the box,
Put this to whichever side needs
Mm.
it.
there's not a lot you can do to stop it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Genie is out of the bottle, guys. And they're getting upset because there are people who are moving way faster than they are in doing the whole AI fakery shit so that they don't have to pay somebody for using their likeness and voice.
I, for one, welcome our benevolent AI overlords, just as
It
long as they let us draw.
it cannot fucking be worse than what we currently have. Like,
that's kind of sad.
I welcome
Yeah.
our benevolent
That's-
AI overlords so long as they're replacing the CEOs we currently have.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I mean,
weirdly,
out of all the corporate jobs that you could get rid of and replace with AI, chief operating officers are definitely the ones you could do it with.
Because I mean, CEOs, if
Are
they
worthless.
if their grandfathers were CEOs, those bastards still were highly paid, but they did the same job for just like 300,000 a year. They didn't need $18 million to rubber stamp a bunch of crap.
Apologies, I believe you were about to say something before I spoke, Doodle.
oh no, you're good.
Okay.
I'm just
I'm just utterly convinced that every single corporation in the world would function exactly the same without a CEO.
Yes,
They're-
it is. It is.
They
Like,
don't need to exist.
no, they are at this point in time superfluous.
Yep, and they're overpaid.
they definitely were important at a point. But yeah, superfluous is a really good word for it.
Oregon, I have no idea what you're on about in chat. I have no idea what that's in reference to. There is no context there. Congratulations, you made a nonsense sentence that the orange potato would be proud of.
You mean Mango Mussolini? Oh God, I hope it rains heavy on his parade.
I think he's talking about the game that he was playing last night while we were playing Pokemon.
Oh, the school thing from yesterday.
A school thing?
Yeah.
They got the security. I think it's supposed to say they got the security barely working.
And he didn't spell barely correctly.
Oh no, typo.
I read Beardly.
Yeah.
Really?
I read Scaredy Beardy, and that, okay, security barely makes so much more sense.
Wow. Yes, folks, when you're typing into chat, please double check, proofread what you're about to post before you hit the enter button.
We have to read it with our very flawed, completely, totally human, not lizard eyes.
And don't forget, half of us are dyslexic, which really screws with reading something that's not properly written. Thank goodness I don't have dyslexia.
Yeah. Don't worry, we read all the messages in chat, so you don't have to type them out quickly. Just take your time and spell things
Yeah.
correctly.
And if somebody wants to respond to you, there is that function too. People need to slow down in life.
Speed up. Faster. Accelerate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's something
Harder,
I'm used
better,
to.
faster.
You're an awesome person.
It's,
Yeah, but
my partner, bless him, has got ADHD and love them to bits. They can be so enthusiastic about things that I sometimes just need to say, love, context, just to remind them that I'm happy you're excited about something, but you haven't given me the preamble to explain what you're talking about.
It's me. I'm the partner in this situation. Hello, I have
Oh,
an ADHD.
well, congratulations, you two.
What? No, God, that's not what I meant. Fuck. Son of a bitch.
only on Wednesdays, folks. Only on Wednesdays.
I more meant that my brain is a machine that processes energy into memes unrelated to the situation.
Sorry, I was
Well,
being too much of a smartass.
No,
Well-
dude, you're fine. I am warm from laughing.
hey, man.
That is good.
Hey, man.
Talking of
It's
warm,
like
it
a
is
partial. It's a
tonight.
partial energy process because the brain does also require glucose as fuel. That's why gamers drink so many damn weird drinks and eat lots of snacks.
Coffee. Cough, 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 cough,
Yes,
cough, cough.
coffee.
Somebody did the thing from Dune with the Mentats recite the juice they drink that stains their lips purple, and they did it and they changed it to the bean of the juice of the bean of the coffee. I forgot the whole word.
Juiced bean.
That's really what coffee is. It's bean juice
Yes.
with a good kick to the nuts.
Hot brown
I
morning
mean,
potion.
technically, it's not a juice because you're not pressing it out of them.
Not if you have a coffee press.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
closer to a soup when you think about it, because you're boiling it to infuse.
Bean
Yes.
broth.
Bean
I mean, that's
broth.
what it
Okay.
is.
Yeah, broth.
Well, either way, a lot of people cannot function without their bean broth.
I do not do bean broth, but one of the products in the bean broth is very important to my life.
Yeah, but you do leaf broth.
I do leaf broth. This is true.
Yeah. She still gets her caffeine kick.
I have to have caffeine. I cannot
My
function without it.
my roommates found me a delightful sounding pizza. It's mushroom with truffle oil.
Yep,
Ooh.
it is actually surprisingly good pizza.
It's they got it at the Kroger.
Yep, that's where I bought. Well, I bought mine where I work, and I work for Kroger, so
I feel sorry for both of you.
I was wondering what chain you were working for.
yeah, I work for. Technically, I work for Metro Market, but Metro Market is a subsidiary of Kroger. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know the context. How high up the hierarchy chain of actually being good is Kroger considered in America?
Mid?
it's
in
very
the middle.
mid.
It's in the middle.
I mean, it's not like Dollar General.
Walmart.
No.
Or
No,
Walmart. I heard Walmart mentioned.
Well, Walmart, the food, when you have the big giant food store there, we do a lot of our shopping there too. Used to be because it was the cheapest place to get your food, and it had some decent quality stuff there. But I do not recommend, if you do go to shop at Walmart, do not trust in a lot of the great value foods.
Yeah.
It's their dinners and their snack cakes are subpar.
Not gonna lie, that other than all the obvious reasons for why I'm hesitant to ever visit America, the food situation also deeply concerns me there.
Well, it's getting weirder and wilder thanks to the nut job known as RFK Jr.
It's okay. I can bring my culinary prowess to other countries. I have absolutely flown to other countries and cooked for people there.
Nice. I'm just worried about food safety. There's been a lot of recalls lately.
I've noticed an increase of them in just the last couple few years. And I said to somebody, I don't know if it's because the increased scrutiny on food, or if food quality has just gotten that shitty.
Well, I mean,
Both?
they took
Both.
they basically defanged the FDA and uh, allowed the corporations to police themselves, which is why I wound up being a listeria victim from the meat problem that happened from boar's head. Yes, I like liverwurst. I was having a nostalgia thing, so I
Of
wanted.
course you do.
I
Do you like
wanted
head cheese?
No, I'm not into head cheese.
No,
Just
just the
liverwurst.
fact you said liverwurst just made Moon's entire night 10 times worse. So we're going to move on for that before you do anything else. Because right now I need Cletus to recap the fuck out of us.
Oh, yeah. Recap.
Oh,
Hello,
we're a little
everyone.
early here.
Once, love you.
We are
But,
not early.
goddamn it.
This is on time, motherfucker.
Yeah, this is on time. We're not late for once.
Ah, amazing. So, last session, the party did get to the surface finally. And they did see about hiring some help to get some of the items back to the manse or the house or whatever you want to call it. Big place. Their big place, their headquarters. So that now they have technology for Oscar to investigate and play around with. Lucia, well, she took one hell of a sleep to recuperate from her self-freezing, and then woke up and cooked breakfast. Sess, on the other hand, initially took a nice warm hot bath and then got transferred to bed because the water got cold. You know, baths never stay hot long enough. They just cool off quickly. What a shame. You would need actual heating elements in the bathtub to keep the bath hot. But then, would you actually be souping yourself? That's a good question. Andre, the only one who came out okay. He didn't get so beat up in the last battle. So when he got to the surface, he just needed normal rest. His armor probably has a few dents that could be banged out. It'll always buff out. That's all. That's all. Oscar having been wounded, but he did miss out on one fun little thing. Yes, Cletus sent a platter for him to play with. Had he drank the ale, he might have had a little bit of a quickie heal. We don't know. He would have to investigate. But Oscar has decided that he doesn't like the voice in his head because Cletus says some strange things. And they have Niaro and his rats in a safe spot, which is good. because the population of the city might want to kill them all. And the party is now taking their awakening to go ahead and take care of a few things and gather supplies and be preparing themselves for their next little journey. But in the meantime, there's lots to do in town, and there's a lot more people lately in town. So we'll see what happens. But it's all up to Moon what kind of encounters they may have while getting their things. And Rodlin, on the other hand, we still don't know what he's up to just yet. But hopefully he won't be swiping left or right. Moon.
Oh, what? Sorry.
I hand it off to you, Moon Moon.
Hot potato, hot potato, hot potato, hot potato. Well, we return back to our band of intrepid ass. I mean, huh? Wait, what did he do?
Oh, wait, I forgot one more thing. I've done the recap, but before Moon takes over, we forgot the introductions, but we're missing Rodlin.
Yes, I have noticed
We
that
are
we are
indeed
missing
missing the shifty wizard.
Hello, I am Fiora, and tonight I will be playing Lucia Blick. I am here to cause certain problems for everyone involved, but also mostly to get them drunk and happy.
Ah, yes, the ice witch who's turning Littledy into ice.
Peanut Gallery, be quiet.
Hi, I'm Thesserau, human of Lustria, and not the party's cook at the moment because Lucia is cooking, and I do not want to interrupt a cook in the kitchen. I'm also Doodle. Hi, everyone. Welcome to tonight's game.
Oscar.
Ah, yes. Hello, everybody. Oscar Hertzsprung of the minor noble house Hertzsprung of Wissenland and Nuln at your service. And I'm being played by Albion. It's delightful to join you again for another week of nonsense and chaos in the old world. Looking forward to seeing how this goes. On to our next player.
Oh, no Rodolin, right?
Yes, so it's up to you now. Can you get?
I'm not ready. I was waiting for Rodolin. Oh, I'm Shiny Star, and I'm playing Sir Andre Morehire of Britonia. And tonight we will certainly have plenty of courtly affairs and supply runs and recuperating from our adventures down below, as well as leading the rehabilitation of our rat folk friends. Pass it back to you, Linzabi.
I am Linzabi, and I am playing the voice of Cletus, who does the recaps and does the peanut gallery bits and other fun stuff, just to make the party jump, dance, and squirm, depending on the situation, of course, and to amuse the hell out of Moon Moon while I do this. Also, let's see what else I was going to say. Also, trying not to die. Next to the moon again. Boss.
A horse is a horse, of course, of course. Unless that horse is made of borscht, then it's the cold soup made by Lucian.
Ah, the Ice Queen.
I have nothing. It is a quiet-ish sort of momentary. The world is breathing, exhaling, clenching, but it's a momentary respite from the fan being hit. Lucia's still cold and Thess is still energized from bath time. Rodelind is off doing solitary wizard things, and
Very
I'm
cared what to do.
sure Andre is polishing his armor. It's been dinged up quite a bit by rats. If I remember correctly, Oscar had whipped on an apron and gone to the workshop, but
Yes, and if I also remember, Lucia was in the process of taking a portion of the food to the skaven.
yes.
Got to feed the friendlies.
Was anyone going with her, or was she just heading off there by herself?
I had gone
I'm
off
pretty sure.
by myself.
Yeah, she was pretty explicitly alone, I think.
All right.
I-
Well, go ahead.
I was very asleep when she left, so.
Before we begin, I would
Oh,
like to
sleepy
turn.
lizard.
I would like to turn everyone's attention to the to the official artwork channel for a moment, if you don't mind.
Ooh.
Artwork channel.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Nice little piece.
I thought it would be appropriate to at least have some artwork of our new little skaven friend.
Our dig rat.
Oh, that is a gnarly ass rat ogre. Big fan.
But this is because Tom dropped a tip. This becomes available to everyone. I do need as many tips as possible because I do have to replace the tires on my car, and it should be ready by Friday, which means I need to be able to pay the mechanic by Friday. In the meantime, I will turn it back over to you, Moon.
Sorry, I am just enjoying Doom Guy POV.
I said the same thing.
Well, as soon as I paid the artist, we're gonna put like it's just a joke. We're gonna put like the Doom Guy health bar underneath with Thess's face.
That
Shit.
With Thess going, I don't know if I shoot.
That is absolutely fantastic. I approve.
That's appropriate.
I have
That
not
is
heard her
amazing.
laugh that hard in a very long time, and I believe our mystery wizard has arrived.
You have heard me laugh that hard, just not in channel, in game.
A wizard arrives precisely when he means to.
Rodolin, if you'd introduce yourself, we can start.
Well, I am Rental Aphid, and I am playing Rodolin the Wanderer. And the wizard comes from afar down south.
My one question to you, Rodolin. Do you have knowledge magic or knowledge history?
Yes.
Good. Anyway, you're up, man.
hang on. Is this? Is that the? There we go. Sorry, just a moment of realizing that that image and that image have the exact same energy, and I'm living for it. Like side by side comparison. Nope.
Yeah.
Just Doom Oscar.
I thought it was
Well,
Thess. She's
It's
the one
Thess.
aiming
That's
the glove.
Thess.
Is that us?
That's Thess's glove.
Yeah, green sleeve and glove. That's Thess.
Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, I thought Green Sleeve was Oscar.
I thought the blunderbuss had that
Maybe?
cone-shaped
I don't know.
end.
I'd have to go look at my description.
It doesn't matter. It's still a fantastic piece of art.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Anyway, so Lucia, as you make your way in the wee hours of the morning, oh wait, no, it wasn't morning. As you make your way through in the quiet afternoon, people largely going about their business, unbothering,
are an awesome person.
heads keeping down in the foggy air. You'd eventually make your way back to.
Apologies,
geez.
apologies. Roommate came down to see if I had any dishes and insisted I switch out my teacup and bottle of water.
Oh, it's fine. Do I need to repeat? Did you hear anything?
Haven't heard anything for the last 2 minutes.
Okay. It was mostly scene setting. Typical average afternoon day in England when the sun isn't shining real bright.
So, typical day in England.
Confirmed.
Anyway, as you make your way across the town over to the entrance to the sewers, the standing guards would give you a strange look and stop you for a moment before you head in. Hey, you're that Kislevite woman. I heard they dragged you out of here half conscious.
Oh.
Unless you have a sister, what in War's name are you doing on your feet?
Oh, I have to go perform ritual to make sure the ice magic doesn't cause problem. Hence all the food.
Do you have charm?
No! But I have wine through my teeth.
Alright, well give me a fellowship roll. I'll give you a +5 for the prop.
I'm gonna spend an audience fate point real quick. So a +5?
Yep.
You're gonna hate this.
Why?
With the +5, I succeed by 1 point.
Wow, talk
Just looking all bright and sunshiny, smiley for once in her life and pretending like everything is fine.
He seems slightly unnerved, but stares between you, the basket, the strange assortment of objects, and with a shrug just acquiesces. Well, we're only supposed to let entire groups through, but go on, be careful. There's a team of miners opening or working on opening up a second passageway. Steer clear of there since you don't have anything to. Well, I don't really want a woman making her way in there, getting in the way, possibly getting herself injured. We'll have to shut the whole mining operation down. Stick to the paths that are.
He shoves a piece of
cleared.
baklava in his mouth.
Hang on.
talk about not only scraping by, but bribery.
So stick to the paths that are clearly lit and.
Please continue and I will know
Flaky.
She's already halfway down the passage by the time he says, flaky. Her only thought behind her is, in there, it's far too easy.
He has been baklavacated.
He now has to live in a baklava's world.
That's true, he does!
He needs to talk to a halfling. They can work something out for him.
But as you make your way through, I can delete this out of here. You've moved yourself out. Doop. That's a fess. I have a story copy of this. Well, I need to be promoted in a moment, but for now, I have a story copy of this. Anyway, so you make your your way down the already access pathway, heading through where the initial interaction with the League of Bandits, where Sage was saved from certain doom by having the wherewithal to stand down, and on the far side, where there had been a trio of giant rats, the uh, small cave-in of rocks has largely been hammered through and moved to the side. There's a small, very smoky torch illuminating just enough to to allow you to see somewhat, but you hear faint chittering coming from inside, along with the of metal on of metal striking against stone.
He hesitates for a moment. Niardo, you there?
There's a couple of chitters, and oh, be right back.
He's gone to get Niaro.
That makes sense.
Pick them up.
He's getting Niaro.
He went to get Niardo.
Moon got everything set up, but he forgot to bring the rats.
That
Terrible
seems like
tragedy,
a
that.
moon problem.
This seems normal for him at this point.
You know, we were joking about the lack of sun in England, but it is uncomfortably hot right now for the time of day.
How hot is it? No, I'm not trying to lead into a can't stand the heat field.
No, I mean, where I am right now, for 1 a.m, it should not be 18 degrees C.
Okay.
What's
So-
that in freedom?
About
No
81.
idea.
About 87.
Oh,
Shouldn't be that hot at 1 a.m.
Now, I'm going to lean in and I'm going to say something very, very controversial,
uh-oh.
especially for the UK. Are you ready for my controversial hot take?
Go ahead, this should be fun.
Okay. I'm going to say that perhaps by some miracle of stupidity that is the UK, you all should consider, nay, almost require, that because of the global warming situation, you may all want to invest in perhaps, possibly, some electrical cooling systems and some renewable energy resources to keep things cold. Maybe, just maybe.
I am really in favor of that, believe me.
It just might be me having been in the UK for extended periods of time in the summer where it gets so goddamn hot you can't fucking cuddle.
You just get sweaty cuddles.
Oh, it's worse than
And
that.
that
Like Sophie just straight up elbows me and says, "Get the fuck off. It's too goddamn hot."
I mean, if I ever wind up living in the UK for an extended period of time, I'm importing air conditioners. I'll find a way to get them fucking boxed up and delivered.
I mean, you
Sophie,
can get air conditioning installed domestically here. It's not, you know.
It's
It's not
just
exactly
no. You can get it installed domestically, but the problem becomes that your stupid systems by which regulation of your communities goes are more restrictive and stupid than the fucking HOAs are over here.
You do need quite excessive planning permission for any major modifications to a structure, yes.
I can't even put in a window AC.
Really?
It makes too much noise.
Oh my god.
Exact words.
The lovely British council housing.
Yeah, the worst part about heat in England is that it is nearly always a damp heat. It is muggy. It is sticky heat.
Oh.
No,
Yes.
no. England isn't muggy. England's just kind of moist. No. I'm from Alabama. You want to talk damp heat? Oh, honey. Oh, honey. When the humidity index is so high that in the outer hallways of your apartment complex, puddles are forming in areas where rain can't possibly reach because of condensation, and the puddles are deep enough that if you step in them, they will soak through your entire shoe.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of America that shouldn't be inhabited by human beings, but you decided to colonize out of spite. So
I mean, when you walk outside and all you see is droplets across your arm, and you're like, "Am I sweating that much?" No, that's condensation.
just saying, the Australians were smart enough to stick to the coast.
1,000 pardons. I had to move boiling water.
Okay.
You also had to collect our boy.
Yes.
We just assumed you had to go get the rats.
Rats. We are the rats.
Australia just didn't have the will to manifest their destiny.
No. Australia has the
We're
problem.
lacking in-
Australia has the problem that of the top 10 poisonous snakes in the world, 9 of them are in Australia.
Also spiders and plants.
Do you know about the New Cumberland big boy?
Is his name Dave?
No, that's the legitimate name of a spider.
That is true, and I love it.
Hold on. Do you guys not know about this?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna
Go to the big boy fee.
I'm gonna bring you all a certified Australian moment, and then we'll get back to the game. Just because everyone
Huzzah.
needs to understand the certified Australian moment.
It has a lot of spiders, but recently we found a new one, because of course we fucking did. And the new one is the most certified Australian moment I've ever seen. For a bit of context, one of the several thousand spider species we are home to is the Sydney funnel web, the deadliest spider on the planet. Because of course it's down here. Where the fuck else did you think you were going to find it? These scary looking fuckers are highly venomous and can flatline you with a bite in 15 minutes. And if you think wearing thick clothes will save you, be aware the bastards have fangs long enough to punch through shoe leather. Now, why do I bring these little nightmares up? What is the one thing worse than a spider rocking armor-piercing rounds that can send you to heaven with same-day delivery? A bigger spider rocking the same perk setup. That's right, Australian scientists have found a brand new species of this funnel web that is even bigger. How much bigger? Well, the standard Sydney funnel web grows to around 5 centimetres or 2 inches. And I mean, if you're asking me, 2 inches is more than enough. 2 inches is actually fucking huge. By comparison, this is the new one. It's twice the fucking size, cunt. 4 inches of 8-legged menace to the animal kingdom. But that isn't even the best part. You see, do you know what they named this thing? Do you know what professional scientists named a supersized version of the most dangerous spider on the entire fucking planet? The Newcastle Big Boy. Deadliest spider on the entire fucking globe. Big Boy. Only in Australia. Australia has a lot of spiders. But
There you go. Have fun.
Well,
Big
that
boy.
is.
I have now passed this knowledge on to you. Let's get back to the game.
Anyway, So they are digging a hole. Digging a hole.
Okay, Lucia does something I
It's
can't.
a shame they're not dwarves. They'd have a song for this.
Okay, so Lucia's going to do something that I can't do in real life, and it's because she's been training Mori for so long that she would definitely have to know how to do this. She whistles. Also, because whistling into a microphone, you're a dick.
Yes, you are. That gets.
Wait. We have a sound bite that's not quite whistling, but it'll work.
Nice.
Okay.
And if Lucia's able to whistle and make it sound like that, I'd be very concerned.
I mean, Lucia's a wizard. It's not out of the realm of possibility. I feel like it's more up Rodelyn's alley, though.
Yeah, Lucia whistles to try to get their attention.
Well, Niara would have been the first to come scampering up, but he would be followed by several other of the very emaciated but slightly more lively clan rats, or well, former Skaven slaves.
Being upgraded.
They have.
Hello.
Come on.
How are all of you? I have brought food.
They chitter back and forth. Niara would take a moment. Uh, they fear man woman person.
Good.
They not sure what to do, what to say, how to act thing.
Okay, tell them to come up one at a time, and they will each get an equal share.
Squeaks, chirps, chitters. The largest of the Skaven slaves comes forward, trying to put on a brave face for the rest. Actually, wait, no. Sorry, let me rephrase that. The smallest of the Skaven slaves is kind of pushed forward, trying to put on a brave face, but also definitely realizing that they have just somehow been made a sacrificial rat. But they scamper forward, tentatively lift up hands, and with a very faint squeak, Niara would translate out. It says it is ready to accept its. Well, we don't have a word for gift, so it just said nice punishment.
Gift. She proceeds to take one of the wooden bowls. She counts heads to make sure she brought enough. Then when she searched sure she brought enough, she takes one of the wooden bowls, scoops out some soup, puts a piece of baklava on it, and hands it to him. Next.
They take it. They move very confused off to one side and tentatively begin to eat the strange substance. After a couple of bites, their eyes light up, and they begin to ravenously devour the bits of food. There's a definitive moment of confusion as some of the others make their way up trying to nab a piece, but it just reaches over, bites at one of them, and goes back to eating the borscht and baklava.
Hey! Enough for everyone. No fighting.
Niaro blinks at you a couple of times and squeaks out something back, and even though you can't understand it, the tone is definitely very questioning. Like, lady says no fighting? How no? How no what is if no fight for thing?
No fighting over food. You have a bigger thing to fight over. You don't fight over food anymore.
Oh. Yes. We no fight for food.
She resumes serving each of them, making sure she's getting as close to exactly the same amount as possible.
Yeah. Make me perception.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm just gonna let that stand. Critical failure.
So you do your best, but there's a couple of obvious. There's a couple of bowls that are obviously bigger or smaller than others, and when one is given, they start to bicker and skirmish a little bit. Nero has to break up a handful of squabbles, and you can see almost as though he's fighting something in his baser programming to do so. But still, even in spite of that, he continues trying to establish what he's been shown to believe is the right way. Delete rat ogre, delete frozen rat swarm.
Why do they have to be so difficult? Ah!
Oh.
I just didn't know you were going to be hurling that around.
I cast brick.
You cast brick to face?
No, just brick, and I give it the flying status.
Oh, okay. That's fair. So in the meantime, she finishes doling out food. Then she gives Niaro his, and then she looks over and goes, "Okay. They seem to have some extra. I don't know what to do with it because they're fighting. If I gave like one a single piece of meat more than the other."
You see Niaro look at you. Well, you can give the extra bit to Nyaro Rat, establish Nyaro Rat as leader. Others will listen to Nyaro Rat if Nyaro Rat has more, and he definitely has these beady, pleading eyes of that tasty. I want more food.
Is that really how it works, or are you just saying that to get more food?
Oh. Some of the others notice Niaro all but hoarding the rest of the food, and they make their way up, start squeaking at him. You hear one of them chirp out, "Hard food!" And they don't necessarily devolve into a pack of dogs fighting over a rotisserie chicken, but they're definitely like, mine.
Seagulls!
Niaro, you have a really
Man,
big.
that was
Niaro, you have really big uphill fight. Ugh. All of you back, or I'm going to start taking fingers.
a moon. That was an oddly specific description about dogs fighting over rotisserie chicken.
Nero squeaks out something and just holds up a hand and then closes two fingers. The rest of the rats all shut up and back away. Nero also flits his ears down and backs away.
Okay, listen. I will be back with more tomorrow. Okay? Don't have to fight over food anymore. We have bigger things to fight about. And bigger things to fight than each other. Looks at Niaro for translation.
Nero squeaks a couple of times. You can see him struggling to find words. A translation from Queekish. We need do work thing and make cooperate scheme with each other and no backstab scheme cooperate. Yes. And there's some very confused looks amongst the rest of them. One of them raises a hand, chitters out something. Niaro looks back. Miss Lucia, what cooperate mean?
In suka gadinika. Okay. Niaro, cooperate mean we work together for each other's benefit with no backstabbing.
That a thing?
Yes. Here, she pulls out the book she took out of the dresser. That's the Codex of Sigmar. Can you read?
A little. Can read small man words. Niaro only know man-thing language from hit head injury and subsequent moment of hearing man-thing voice say Ratway wrong.
Oh, I'm going to hate myself. Alright. She finds a rock, sits down, pulls out the Testament of Sigmar, brings Niaro over, casts the light spell to light the room up, even though it may make them a little uncomfortable.
They recoil back slightly and then stare on with a faint ooh from the rest of them.
And she's like, I don't even worship this man and I have to read this goddamn book. So she starts reading the Testament of Sigmar and letting Niaro translate and then teaching Niaro how to read the words and what they mean. And that's my morning.
And then Sigmar said, let them be swole.
God, the Games Workshop never actually read. It's actually called the Deus Sigmar? Really?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Awesome person.
I just thought it was called the Deus. No, it's actually called the Deus Sigmar.
The Deus Sigmar.
Like Deus Vault.
That is delightful.
I gotta say,
In-
Sigmar Volt doesn't have quite the same ring.
In the beginning, there was chaos. And then someone threw a hammer at that chaos. And it was good.
Oh no,
I
no.
mean, they don't actually attribute Sigmar as a creator deity. He is very specifically the patron of the Empire.
Yeah, I know.
I actually have so the only thing I can find right now off the top of everything is the quote of the first line of the Deus Sigmar. I am Sigmar, I am golden, I am God. Hearken for my name, for it will echo redouble through the ages. It will strike down my enemies wherever they may hide. It may be heard when the need is greatest.
Well, that's metal as hell.
It was written in the 80s. What are you expecting? Anyway, that's Lucia's warning. We should probably cut to somebody else because I'm not going to sit here trying to find a religious text that may or may not exist.
You'll have to write it.
We're going to write a Bible for Warhammer, everyone.
Bible 2.
I mean, I've got copies of the Time of Legend Sigma trilogy. I can read through those again and summarize them in religious sounding bullshit.
I mean, maybe.
Fuck. I know. I have a guy who's an actual. One of my buddies has an actual PhD in theology. We could ask him for some input.
Bible 2, now with 50% off codes for Disneyland.
And
The Bible
X
too,
and
now with hammers and a workout routine.
and extra violence.
Yes.
Actually, the workout routines of Mamidia. That's canon, and I love it. As a side note.
Wait, hold on. There's a god in Warhammer that canonically teaches a workout routine to its followers.
Yes,
Yes.
Mamidia, the war goddess, the Athena analog, she's all about intelligent warfare and strategy, and abstaining from alcohol and performing exercise routines every morning are part of the holy disciplines of being a Mamidian.
She even has they even have an actual like Kama Sutra style book giving full directions on how to do the workout routine every day.
Yep.
I'm sure they do.
Anyway,
I love Mamidia.
next person, Moon.
Well, who? I suppose who would be? All of you are up and conscious.
Right.
Indeed.
Lucia is gone for the morning day after a while.
Rodlin is actually has something he wants to discuss with Oscar.
Okay, that's a good place to go next.
Yeah, sure.
So sometime after breakfast, Rodlin would be walking around with a few clutches of some of the various sized shards of the permanent ice we have available to us, and he was going to see Oscar and wave him down. Oh, yes. Excuse me, Oscar. I had something I want to discuss with you.
Certainly, Rodolin. What do you need?
Now, I don't exactly have the tools for this easily myself, but I was looking at these and I was somewhat fascinated by potential arcane uses of some of the various resources we've acquired. Not the least of which this permanent ice. In particular, I was trying to think if we could make. I had an old project of mine that would require a few lenses that could transmit magic. I believe if we were to shape these like an actual lens of glass, it might be able to perform perform the role I was hoping for. Do you think this is something you'd be able to help me craft?
I think it sounds fascinating, Rodolin. I would certainly be willing to try.
Much much appreciated.
Yeah, may I have one of the pieces a moment?
Of course. Here you go.
Oscar is going to take one of the pieces and he is going to reach into the apron he's wearing and pull out one of the files that he uses for working metal, and he's just going to gently run it along the edge of the ice to see if it does respond to being filed by a mundane tool.
Is there anything specific about the ice other than it utilizing the soul of the target to keep it forever frozen? I'm not sure if it specifically states
No,
anything, and I know she
it's
has
just
a spell written down.
no. There's nothing specific about it. It just keeps the target frozen forever, or until the target's soul burns out.
All right. What is us? I guess if it's just one of the individual shards, taking the file to it causes a very fine mist of ice to rasp off, and removed from the hole, they almost blow off into an invisible breeze. The flecks of frozen snow are scant to fall around as he takes a file to it in minor passes, but it doesn't shatter or chip away underneath the pressings of the metal tool.
Well, the good news is that it does definitely look like my tools can shape it, so yes, I'm willing to try this for you, Rodolin.
I very much appreciate that. I imagine it'll be somewhat different to make a perfect lens from these than it will be with glass. But that is what experimentation is for.
In truth, Rodolin, I've never worked glass, so we'll have to find out.
Oh, indeed. Well, Rod, in whatever checks, Rodland would probably fall if he intends. Whenever Oscar would start working on this, actually, how was I say? Do fetch me whenever you begin working on it. I might be able to help. If you run into any hiccups, I should know. I would like to be there to assist.
Oh, absolutely. I would definitely need you with me to at very least begin the project.
Of course. Now, where did I set that tome? He says, going off to look for one of the other tomes. Oh, and while Lucia is out, I'll have to ask her personally later. We had mentioned of the possibilities of reusing various pieces of that big foul rat beast. Various possibilities to use the pieces of the big foul rat beast. Did she specify? I remember at one point or another, both the head and the hand were potentially to be used for topping her new staff. Do you know which one she favors?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, I'm afraid.
Ah, very well. I think I may have another purpose for whichever one she does not use. But that'll be for later. Then Rodolin is going to go find some of the among the loot we had. There was a couple of potion-like things that had dropped that we had acquired from the rats. The DM, you know which ones I'm referring to.
Ah, yes.
He's going to go find one of those and Wyndham was probably going to go see if he could find an alchemist around town, or other more in-depth herbal. Actually, probably Thess would be a good starting place. Not exactly an alchemist, but knows ingredients.
Yes.
Definitely a good place to start.
Gonna go pick up one of those and go find Thess.
Not
What
hard
is
to
she up?
find. She is not hard to find right this second. She is. Let's see. How long has it been since Lucia left? An hour or two? Maybe an hour.
Yeah. I'll flip a coin. Like, it ultimately doesn't matter, but I am curious now.
Yeah. Because I'm being very slow getting started this morning. I'm just taking my time and just, you know, reveling and marveling in the simple steps at moving.
She's been gone for a little over an hour.
Okay. In which case, and when is the meeting with the local lord? Like in a couple of days?
A couple of days.
Okay. What would I be doing? Probably sitting at a table someplace, looking at a map of the city. Actually,
Mm.
whatever we have in the library or something similar.
The sketches of maps of the city are antiquated and map to buildings and portions of the city that don't exist, though taken from the library, it's more of a historical map and seems to indicate a city that was about 40% smaller than it is now.
Okay. I'm mostly getting a feel for where buildings and things are or where they were.
Yep.
I'm not really. I'm not particularly. What's the phrase? I'm not like. I'm mostly just getting a feel for the place I'm in. I'm not really.
Yeah, I understand.
My big plans are taking a like I don't have anything major to do until after after the meeting with the Lord actually. So I'm like I said mostly just figuring things out. So
Well, there would be someone attempting to make their way to you, Professor
okay.
Rao.
Indeed.
Well, I'm in probably in the house somewhere.
Rodlin will
Uh
when he walks up to Thessaral, he's going to seeing her looking at maps. He's going to just kind of catch his beard with one hand so it doesn't poke her, and just lean over, kind of looking at what she's working on.
do you know that's creepy?
Oh, my most sincere apologies. My curiosity got the better of me. Good.
I'm just looking at places in town. Nothing serious. It's always good
Ah,
to know where you're at.
oh, indeed.
What can I do for you?
Hmm. What you can do for me has to do with this, he says, putting one of the potions down.
Okay.
I noticed something about these now. Uh, something something odd, not very typical for the rat folk. So
Okay.
most of the rat folk's magic is very blunt, chaotic, and ramshackle, much like their works.
Yes.
This potion we found down there possesses some magic, but it also does not appear to possess whatever magic. I noticed while searching through the various items we recovered that the magic found in this is not of at least typical rat make. In fact, it bears one of the distinct winds of magic. though in trace amounts.
Okay.
I was wondering if you could help me identify some of the ingredients. I wish to see if we could.
Can try.
Thank you.
Huh. Let me take a look. These are more of the sparkly potions, right, Moon?
Yes.
Okay, I get to take some time at these, which I was not able to do the last time I tried to identify them. Oh, I forget what skill I rolled for. Oh, it was heal. Because they are healing potions. I'll portion out a little bit of them and inhale their scent mightily and taste a little bit of them and all the usual can you eat it, can you smell it, what does it feel like, etc. I am going to spend my fate point.
It smells. What'd you get?
Way too much. 93.
Ooh.
That is cock.
It smells and tastes like Pop Rocks.
Does it now? Okay. Let's do that the proper way. I am getting tired of my dice. Can I get new dice?
Yes.
Thank you. We will throw these in a bag. All right.
Off to dice jail.
Off to dice jail. No, I did not roll a 0-0. All right, let's try this
The
again.
worst feeling is when there's a 0-0 on the tens die and the ones die is still rolling, so you know there's a one.
I cannot make this roll. These dice are fucked and cursed.
Hang on.
They are. I have rolled. I have done test rolls, and then I did real rolls, and then both of my real rolls were 90 plus, back to back. I do not like those dice. Oh, you're giving me more dice. Watch. All right, okay, we're gonna roll these. All right. Okay, that's better.
All right. So, for the record, failure was not necessarily a fail.
Yeah.
That indicated it just indicates it's going to take her longer to.
That's fine.
What I do.
I have nothing else to do for this this day. I can take the entire day on this. So so yeah, I will take the day if necessary to look at this thing and try and figure this out. This is not the type of I mean, it's not like the healing potions I've been carrying around.
No, these are almost vintage, for lack of a better word.
Okay. Old magic.
Well, not so much that. Having been around elves, Thess, you are accustomed to being given a healing draught that was properly preserved, but also made 30 years ago.
Okay.
Which to them is like, last month. But they after a little bit with the proper preservation techniques, they take on a different flavor. It doesn't impact the amount that they heal because they've been preserved correctly. They just kind of like aging alcohol. This has that same vintage taste, but there's almost a gritty particulate. It's not horrendously unpleasant, but you can tell that there's something that's been made into a solution for this.
Okay.
I'm
gonna break out a notepad and start making some notes.
It has incredible healing properties.
like enough to, just about restore someone from death or worse?
It's hard to without it actually, full on taking a field mouse and or taking a lab rat and experimenting like that. It would be hard to tell, but Thess would be able to open up her hand, pour some of this into it, and then watch as it reknitted itself.
Okay. I mean, I'm still carrying around some injuries, so that would be a
So
good
then she
first
wouldn't even
ask.
have to open herself. She just pour some
Yeah,
into an injury.
yeah. Huh. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't realize you got to skip step one.
Yeah. No, I'm down 4 hit points. I think 4 wounds. Um. Okay. Well.
How much of this are you? So you're. What was the best of the bad rolls?
Uh. 91.
I thought there was one that was 80 something.
No.
Anyways, how many
91
degrees?
and then 97.
Oh Jesus! All right, how many
Yeah. Yeah.
degrees of a failure is that?
For healing, 3 degrees.
Okay, 3. So, good news and bad news. The good news is that in the course of trial, error, experimentation, and the like, she ended up using up about a third of the vial.
Okay. That's a lot.
The upside is that over the course of the experimentation process, she'll end up healing back a total of 3 wounds.
Okay. And the goal is, of course, to kind of figure out what base ingredients are in this, because I can't do shit about the magical part of things, at least not yet.
It does have a similar base consistency to a healing draught. There's very clearly boiled and strained water, um, different herbal compounds that are ground up and used as a base, and then strained once again. But there's something in it, something in the solution, something in the medium that just with her limited lack of knowledge is escaping her.
Okay.
But it is a healing medication, and honestly, the scales that it grows back they're tough, but they're smooth,
Okay.
almost shiny and polished. They do, however, have a very faint, uh, unlike before, where when she's in the process of negating something, there's a very faint golden luster to the spots where it healed back and knitted close the injuries. Not,
Okay.
it doesn't look like she painted herself with gold. It just looks sun-kissed.
Okay. Wow. There will be long moments of just eyeing that and comparing it to scales on the others. Like, if it's on the back of one hand, it's like holding out the hands, looking at both of them side by side to make a comparison. Um, and again, more notes, lots of notes. This is interesting. This interesting stuff. Uh, and okay, so similar ingredients to healing draughts, but not exactly the same. Aged. I wonder if Beberal would know. I don't know if alchemy is ever a thing he studied. I know he knew magic, though. Hmm. Okay, next experiment. How does it deal with being lit on fire?
Like you are lighting you are lighting the potion on fire, or you're lighting the spot that was healed on fire.
Lighting the potion on. It's the usual scientific bullshit of okay, so we've tasted it, we've touched it, we've inhaled
It
it.
it is
Let's
it. Uh,
Time to burn it.
I I need you to make me a fellowship roll.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
04.
Hell yes. So you apply a little bit, some that a few drops or something had pooled on the scales. She was able to wick off for this, and prepping them on a slide or in a crucible and applying flame.
Okay.
There would be a bright flash. Her eyes would be blinded for a moment, and the only sensation, the only sound she would be able to hear. What? Oh, the only sensation, the only sound she'd be able to hear would simply be a "Stop that!"
Okay. Hello?
The world returns back to saturation and hue, and there's a simple smoldering spot floating atop the crucible, or the potion in the crucible.
Okay.
But it does not seem flammable.
Okay, so no burning it. Let's see.
It's not flammable right now.
Right.
Apparently,
Well,
it doesn't want to be flammable, and
yes.
it wants.
So
So,
it talks. Ooh, that's interesting. So it's invested somehow. Hmm. Uh,
did you say infested or invest?
invested.
Yeah.
There's a V there, not an F.
I honestly, I heard infested.
Infested.
Yes, TH.
True.
Huh. Okay, that's interesting. Probably not good to expose it to extreme cold. Let's see. Let's see. What other things I can run? Tests I can run on it. I wonder. Oh, I can make bread out of it.
It does seem to have a high enough or a low enough viscosity that it could be used as part of the water.
I might make a tortilla out of it and then eat the tortilla to test this. Because you don't need a lot of water to make a single tortilla.
Hmm.
An hour ago.
Oh, go get food. Go get
God
food.
damn it.
In the meantime, everybody drink water. And also, Pony
Water!
Chick, oh, whoa. Yeah, I saw your redeem. I was trying not to interrupt them.
All right. I will need to go grab some water for that. Just a second.
Take a sippy.
The
Don't know what I threw and I don't care. I know that. I'm just trying to get these.
Tonian Knights of the Grail source book, Burning Man, but the notes. Yeah.
No.
Otherwise, you might be
Maybe
burned.
not.
I appreciate the absolute ignorance of Andre to how offensive this might be to Rodolin or other wizards. And just be like, oh yeah, we have every year at the castle for New Year, we just have we just burn a wizard, we just burn a mage, the traditional mage. You got to build his beard out of straw, give him terrifying eyes, and then the town matron lights it on fire.
What is that?
It sounded like a hillbilly who'd have been smoking for a few years shout Skyrim. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I've got Skyrim on the brain.
No.
It's mostly made of base assets. Most.
Moonback?
Not
What's
yet.
back her moment?
Mm.
Hey, stop looking around too close.
Is Vital yelling at the cat?
Spoil it. Yeah, fucking like.
I mean,
I think
animals
that's
know
what's
what they're
happening,
doing.
yes.
Hold on. I'm gonna do this again, and we're gonna listen to her say, "God damn it."
Yeah, I saw your fucking cursor over there poking around at the tokens.
Oh no, she's just yelling to the parallel reality over there.
Damn it.
That resigned, damn it. Why does my boyfriend not know how to operate? Why does my excuse me for Vital, it's why doesn't my fiance know how to operate technology?
I think it's funny.
We have a buffering. We did have a buffering incident.
Who?
Yeah, let me throw out a ping. Get yelled at later.
No yelling.
You're allowed to yell at me. I pinged you twice. You can yell at me, people. It's okay.
Yell, yell.
Snargle hongle.
Grr. Arg.
Blarg. Honk honk.
I should probably think about making food.
Types in all caps.
Types in all caps with that echo iPhone, the echo of texts iPhones can do.
I don't touch iPhones. I don't believe in them.
Angrily didgeridoos.
I mean, that just makes it sound like you don't believe they fundamentally exist.
I mean, more power to you.
Fake news.
Listen, tinfoil hat is a comfy hat. Tinfoil makes for a comfy hat.
It protects against the 5G.
So, like the Weird Al song, He made this tinfoil hat to protect himself.
Yup.
With aluminum foil.
Oil.
Okay, good night, Bronze. Hope you sleep well.
Night, Bronze.
Good night, Bronze.
Good
Go,
night.
go to bed, Bruns. You need your sleep, for you must go to war tomorrow. I'm kidding. Get some sleep. You deserve to treat yourself to extra sleep. I'm still waiting for those advertising companies to start trying to sell sleep premium, or you get ads in your sleep.
Oh
Well,
God.
didn't whatchamacallit do that? Black Mirror do an episode like that?
Yep.
They did.
Hmm.
Holy shit. Yeah, they did. I remember it now.
That's the joke.
And
And then,
heck,
of course, you've just got that whole business where, what was it, in the 70s or 80s, they had to actively stop Cola and Pepsi from advertising on the moon or with giant satellites. They just had to say no at that point because they wanted to use the night sky as advertising space.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I think that's a good
Oh.
investment.
Also, the fun part, as long as you're logged in on net in Ghost in the Shell, you get pop-ups. Anybody remember pop-up ads?
I think we should
yeah.
go to war with advertisers in general. And I don't mean like to war with them in court. No, I mean like go to their office buildings and just start burning the place down.
I mean, unions were the solution to hanging your boss, but the hanging your boss may or may not, depending on who you subscribe to, have been a necessary step in their creation.
Yeah, but we need to dial the fuck back on consumerism.
I also
Not everything is about
I also want to point out, again, I must reiterate this. A month ago, we discovered why Civilization 7's UI is so fucked up. Because
Switch 2, wasn't it?
no, because Luigi Mannioni was the AI designer and he didn't get to finish his work. Release the Luigi! We need him to finish the Civ 7 UI! And a few dozen other CEOs.
He should work for EA for no particular reason.
That was a delightful time to return.
Oh, welcome back.
What, me chanting about releasing Luigi?
Yeah, so he can finish the UI.
For Civilization 7.
Hey, Moon. I have a tidbit for you.
Schwa.
Bretonian New Year's celebrations are called Witching Nights. And in the towns, they build an effigy of a bearded wizard and light it on fire to protect from evil magic for the year.
What the fuck?
So they just do Burning Man, but with a wizard. And they're like, sometimes they try to find real wizards.
They make a straw effigy of the town hobo.
Yep.
Pretty much.
I wouldn't be
love it.
surprised if they're looking for morale boost. There has been undoubtedly more than one instance of a local lord taking a hobo and dressing him like a wizard to say, "Look, it's a real wizard. We've caught him."
And then they shove him into the Burning Man.
A pure civilized society.
This is why Oscar prefers the Feast of Varenna. It's not that melodramatic.
Anyway, Moon.
Something. Remember the New Year's of Bretonia. Barrels of gunpowder and mages. We tried to warn you. I don't know.
Here is the stick, Moon. Take us there.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
We have been bonked.
Lucia is spending a day having storybook time with a bunch of Skaven. They are really confused and concerned at first, but something in them, as they all seem to be fairly young, something in them seems to flick over as they all pile around Lucia and just begin to passively absorb the faint maternal aura she has, largely from care of Mori. Lucia has, or Thesserau has spent the day poring over potions, taking notes, and trying to make forward progress with this strange potion that seems out of place. What
Yeah.
have Oscar and Andre been up to?
Andre needs to go to the market.
To buy a fat piggy?
No, he needs a few things. I mentioned it a little bit, but
I'm
I
glad
don't
you
wanna...
said it, Moon, and not me.
Yeah, we were both thinking it.
I'm confused.
I actually don't get that one.
It's an old nursery.
Oh no! Yep. Oh no!
No, they don't know. This little piggy went to the market.
This
Hi.
little
Piggy
piggy
went.
stayed home.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, that was a good one.
Slay
Yeah.
them.
That's the sound of the doodle as she dies inside. Yeah.
And to be fair,
I
I'm
feel
aware of that
old.
nursery rhyme. I just didn't quite make the.
Oh, I'm just laughing at hearing Doodle die slowly inside as she ages 50 years in a minute.
God damn it. God damn it. You know, I will actually be 50 in a year.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to go first, Oscar?
I'm happy for you to go ahead.
Okay.
Oh my
I just
god.
figured I'd offer.
Gentlemen, you're both handsome.
Thank you.
But
So, on Andre's to-do list, I need to get a... I wanted to go specifically to get a best quality shield, which I don't... Yeah, because, like, it shouldn't be that expensive because shields are pretty cheap and very plentiful because shields. But I'm like, well, if I get a best one, then oh no, that's way more. That's like 40 gold. Damn, I just need a new. No, I don't need a new shield because I have a shield. Never mind.
Well, I was gonna say, a gossip test would be a good place to start.
Okay. Yeah, I have gossip.
Are you being a golden girl?
Let's see here. I fail by 1 degree.
Yeah, nothing really too new today. A few new stores are opening in the older parts of town, and some of the smiths got in a new shipment of gear, but nothing really outside of the ordinary.
Okay. I'm going to go to the market and look for 2 kinds of shop. I'm going to look for anyone that's selling flowers and any jewelry merchants.
All right, there's definitely a jeweler.
Okay. I would like to procure a pair of earrings, preferably gold.
Okay. Give me perception, please.
Sure thing. Roll the 20, have a 58 in that. A lot of degrees. 3.
There aren't any dedicated flower stalls, but there are a couple of stalls that have a few bindles or a few bouquets of flowers, and there are a couple of quintessential flower girls wandering around with a bouquet of freshly cut, freshly picked, um, selling them for a few pence or a shilling for a few.
I'll approach one of them. That
Totally not
has,
period accurate, Aerith.
I'm sure. I'll approach one of the flower girls, and I'll put on my best Andre voice now. Excuse me. Are you selling any of those?
Okay. You make your way to one who looks like they have middle child energy.
Yeah.
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I'm selling them.
I was wondering if you had the ability to make a wreath of them. It's quite popular where I'm from. Like a crown for your head.
Oh, aye, me lord. I know what a wreath is.
Good. Do you have any in blue or yellow?
Plenty of yellows. Let me check my we have a few blue.
Well, I'd like a wreath made of the two. And how much of
Mostly
that
have
cost?
mostly have lots of whites and purples. Oh,
Hmm.
a wreath out of the. You see her flit her eyes back and forth. Um, or you see her raise her eyes in her head. You see him flit back and forth a moment as she bobs her head slightly. Shan't be more than 2 or 3 shilling, my lord.
I only have gold, I have realized.
She. Do you say that aloud or? Is that OC? Because I don't know if I should laugh harder.
You know what? This is a first world Andre problem, so he would probably say that out loud.
Oh, big spender, my lord.
Would you accept that as a form of payment?
You see her frantically pat around her belongings. I think I could make you change, my lord.
Oh, no, it's a special gift. You no need for that. And I hold out a gold coin to pay for the flower wreath.
My lord, art thou fucking with me?
Oh? I don't believe so.
That coin disappears out of Andre's hands before he can finish the sentence. All right, my lord. Give me. Um, she looks up at the sky, looks around at the merchant stall. Give me until the shadows are long on that board, and I'll have the wreath finished for you.
Okay. I'll be back here.
You see her skip off to a slightly vacant spot of the market stalls where there's a lot of good lighting. She plops down and promptly begins to work weaving.
Good. While she's doing that, I'll look for a pair of earrings.
And either perception. Oh yeah, you're physically here, so yeah, perception.
Okay. $14, which perception 58. So that's 4 degrees.
There are multiple jewelry stalls, though some are of higher quality than others.
I try to go to a good quality one. It's important.
Is he looking for more of a contemporary style from the Empire? Something of a very imported flair from the Araby and Talayan areas? Or something Lucia-esque that has, cold Kislavite, Nordland type air energy?
As warm and inviting as possible.
That would be either the Araby trader or the trader from the Northlands.
All right. I'm going to go to the Araby trader because that's just bound to be interesting, and I'll check his wares first.
There's a relatively plump man in a very, very prim, very tightly wrapped headdress. His clothes are fine. They seem to be made of silk. They're a little bit dirty from the dust and dirt that have been kicked up, but for the most part, they have a sort of effortless immaculateness to them. There's a wave from the man as he sees you approach. It's just, welcome, Sora. What can this one get for you? I don't sell armor or I have no idea why I suddenly started talking. I don't sell armor or weapons here, but
Oh, well, I'm looking for a pair of golden earrings for someone special.
delightful, delightful. Well, we have many kinds to choose from. All different types, from simple golden studs to very delicate hoops to pieces with gemstones or glass.
I do suppose I'll. Well, how much do some of these run? I'm sure your wares, as I'm looking at them, some of them can be quite expensive.
Oh yes, the metal pieces will run you in. The smaller earrings will run anywhere from a few gold all the way up to 20 or 30. The gemstones, or where it adds in the gemstones, goes up a little bit more than that. However, if you're looking for something a little bit more affordable, I do have a few pieces of gold backed. It's a very well. He leans forward. I'll let you in on a little secret, brother. It is somewhat common in my area if you know where to look for it. But they say it is the solidified energy of your lightning god himself. But the craftsmen down there refer to this as something called Solanite.
I'm gonna blink a little bit. Do I know what that actually is? My brain is saying warpstone.
Yeah, give me a perception. Or evaluate.
Evaluate is slightly higher at a 58, so we'll try that. 54.
I'm sorry, fulgurite.
Fulgurite. I personally, out of character, I've never heard of that.
As far as I know, fulgurite is a term for when glass or other melted solid materials is formed by a lightning strike.
Yep.
Fulminate is the term you're looking for.
Oh, fulminate. Thank you. I was completely left of center at first. I always get that and Solanite confused. Anyways. Shit's like nature's fiberglass. But he proceeds to pull out a couple of pieces of finely worked. They almost look like rock at first, and until they're lifted in the air, they're flicked with a finger, and they seem to catch the light like a piece of stained glass.
Ooh. How much for these?
The stones from Araby. For the pair, he looks you up and down, Andre. Normally, they are 15 gold. I will let you have them for 5 if you are willing to do me a small favor.
Oh?
I have been having problems in the evening. The majority of the city guard has turned in or is in shift change. They do what they can, but I still experience small problems with local hoodlums, ruffians. You are a man from foreign land, too. You understand the troubles. I will say the other 10 gold will be paid for by serving as a bodyguard for me this evening. I have a shipment I need to safely move from one point to another.
Sure. Me and my squire shall be here post haste.
Nothing need to. No need to rush. No need to rush. I won't need you until the sun has set.
I offer him the 5 gold now.
He takes it and passes over the crystallized lightning earrings.
Nice. And then until the wreath is done, which take a little bit of time, I'll just hang out and I'll look for something to eat. And I'll just wait until that's done to head back.
There's all sorts of stands that have been set up. Venison, probably some sort of flying game. There's at least one dude in rags selling mystery meat skewers.
That's probably Skaven.
But they're, only. Oops, sorry. But they're only 3 pence for a skewer, so there's a line.
Yeah. That's concerning, but I don't want that at all.
I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want that.
I'll go for some flying game.
Okay. You recognize quail and pheasant. The smell of quail and pheasant easily enough. They whole bird, me lord, half bird, or a few bits.
go with half bird this time.
All right. Half a bird's gonna be half a shilling. That'll be 6 pence, my lord.
I am realizing I desperately need not gold. I will just ask if he has change for a gold. Excuse me, good sir. Do you have change for a crown?
Oh, aye, sir. Yes, give me but a moment. He yells something. The language is rough. It definitely sounds Eastern. But someone hops back a few minutes later with a very small pouch, with a hearty jingle. He eagerly accepts the crown and passes you back 19 shillings and 6 pence.
That helps. Thank you.
Oh, aye, thank you, sir. Or thank you, my lord.
I'll munch on the bird and wait for the flower girl to finish her work with the wreath.
It doesn't take much longer after that for her to finish up. She comes skipping over to you pretty quickly, and here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord.
I, after that, finish up my bird and head back to the house. I have news for Sage, and I also try to sneak a little bit to make sure Thess doesn't see what I have procured. Is she home?
I don't know.
Thess is home.
Is she busy?
Yes.
Okay, that's probably best. I abscond the earrings and flower wreath to my room, and then I look for Sage.
What
Is he up and about?
is Sage doing? Oh, also the flower wreath. By the time by the time all is said and done with the flower wreath, it's surprisingly well done and very expertly woven. If it wasn't for the greenery of the vines, one could be mistaken for thinking it was woven cording.
Well, in this case, I think the green is a good thing. Well, I give a smirk to the craftsmanship of it and thank her, profusely before departing. And at home, I will abscond those for dinner time when everyone is gathered at the house and kind of available. But for now, I might miss dinner time because of the guard thing. Never mind. But I will go get Sage and tell him about our new task. Oh, hello.
Sorry, I'm still eating.
You're good.
Sorry. So you go to check Sage's quarters, and you are unable to find him. However, you would find the butler moving around the place, idly dusting and sweeping. Um, Master Muller here. A pleasure to see you up and about. What can I help you with this day?
Well, I was just looking for my squire, actually. You wouldn't happen to know where he is, do you?
He grimaces slightly with a hearty laugh. Ah, yes. Do go easy on the lad.
Ah, I was going to go easy on him. I was just looking to bring him some good news.
Oh no, he's up in the Countess's room.
Oh? What's he doing there?
I believe the exact wording from the noble lady was, "I'm bored. Bring me the one with flesh." I
That's
largely,
concerning.
well, considering I am a ghost,
That's a good point.
I am
the
seriously
look
concerned I may have to kill him. Or
the,
not him, her.
the look in her eyes did not indicate that she was in need of a breakfast.
I'll blink a few times. Ew. I hope I haven't left my squire in the company of someone who would do something uncouth to him.
For what it's worth, I've only heard giggling.
Bro might need thought begone.
I have. You're pretty sure you see a bit of energy manifest around his hand for a moment before he clears his throat and it dissipates. I have been keeping an eye on our licentious house guest.
And how has she been?
Surprisingly well behaved.
Oh.
Yeah, I agree with Final. I didn't realize sage was a snack.
With 2 C's?
Alright, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a I was gonna say it's either a 50-50 coin toss if he was either being murdered or boned.
Yes,
But
the answer is yes.
Yeah.
It's vampires. Those are the same thing.
Well, I go to where she's been staying at, and I listen first to see if I'm intruding on anything too unseemly.
For what it's worth, I need you to know that I hadn't contemplated it and went, I'll roll the dice to see what Sage is up to, 69.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, the dice, they had spoken. Andre, you make your way over to the room, and while there is a little bit of giggling, you don't hear the sounds of anything happening. It doesn't seem like you're interrupting anything at the moment.
I'll knock just in case.
You hear a very muffled, feminine, "Oh shit!" The sound of something, and damn it! You hear the sound of footsteps moving across the floor. The door opens slightly, and a very disheveled-looking countess pops her head off to the side. Oh, hello.
Hello. I
Hi.
heard tale that my squire could be found here.
Oh, yes. I was bored and lonely, and he was here.
I blink a few times.
What? I'm normally had a small I mean, back in my home manor, before everything went to shit, I had a small cast of retainers and manservants of the like.
I'm gonna look down and stare blankly for a second. Come to grips with that. Just send him out when he's available. Let him know it was me.
Oh, he's. She turns her head around from the door. Sage, your master's here. You hear a faint rumble and then the sound of a body rolling out of bed. I'm alive, master.
Hi, hello, Sage. I see you've slept in.
Yes, please don't be disappointed in me. I was attempting to guard the lady throughout the evening. And
Oh, yeah. I could tell you were doing a lot of watching from the bed.
I am not. He finally stands up to his feet. I am not a good man. But, I'm not a bad man either.
We shall.
I am an opportunist.
We will make an honorable man out of you yet, however. It is perhaps a good thing that you slept in. We have a task for tonight.
You, as you mentioned that there's work to be done, the punch drunkenness of the moment is knocked out of him. He snaps to, yes, my lord, what would you have me do?
Well, seems a local merchant and Arabian fellow has been harassed by ruffians in the evening, and well, it's upon us to see that they are dealt with, and he makes it to his home safely this evening.
Arabian merchant. Would you like me to go and see if I can dig up anything, or?
Oh no, just you and I shall go and escort him this evening.
Aye, my lord, it will be done.
Oh, and perhaps do visit Oscar and sort through the supplies extra that we have and arm yourself appropriately. I know we have a bunch of extra weapons and some armor bits and all that, like coifs and leather.
It would be nice to stand side by side with you in something more appropriate than my old bandit leathers.
I'm sure he might be able to work something out. I do know we had some chain in there.
I scarcely could dream of owning chain, my lord.
Well, it's my hope to have you in it as soon as possible, really.
Eat, squeeze. And then clears his throat because that's not a masculine noise.
Oh. I'm a little worried about the Dampier situation. I'm wondering how to voice that to him.
She looks over at you, looking at him. You can go ahead and check him from head to toe. Don't worry, there aren't any bites. Don't worry. She proceeds to pull out what I can only describe as a punch dagger sheath. As she holds it up, you can tell that it's a literal bite guard. Don't worry, we use protection.
I'm also staring blankly again after witnessing this contraption.
Blame the dice!
I sigh.
I had that. It was a 1% chance.
I
1 out of 100. The dice decided.
I am, on one hand, very proud of Sage. On the other hand, I am worried for him. She is, in more ways than one, a man-eater.
I have so many questions, and I want
I-
no
Here
answers.
she comes.
I'm just kind of
Homie,
blue
get it in.
screening, to be honest.
I'm so sorry. Let's skip to the next. I blame the dice.
That's just Squire Riz, I guess. Andre's gonna go mentally recover from that
I mean, hey,
and read.
women love a man in uniform.
Yep, I'll leave it off until tonight.
Nice. It looks like Sage likes to play with fire.
Well, who do you want to move to now, man? Oscar?
Well, yeah, I was going to say since he'd been instructed to by Andre, Sage would make his way down and give a wave to Oscar. Is he still in the workshop?
No. Following the breakfast, Oscar has been dealing with the piles of equipment that were brought back by their assistants, hirelings. He is going through all the weapons and armor that we brought back, all the Skaven stuff. He is itemizing it into stuff that can be sold for its material value, for like scrapping, which is where most of the Skaven stuff is going. He's sorting through the most viable weapons and the armor to just. He's categorizing everything for like, what are we keeping, what are we selling as junk, essentially.
So the bits that are obviously clan rat armor are very low quality in nature. Leather on top of leather on top of leather, just to provide the thickness that a proper piece of boiled hide could. But as it scales up in armor rating, basically as it goes into better armor, scale into chain, etc., the quality steadily improves. Give me an evaluate roll.
Sure thing.
Or craftsmanship if you have it, whichever's higher.
Makes me think of Ratnik armor, which has little plates of wood replacing the ceramite.
That is going to be craftsman. That is significantly higher.
I'm sorry. What was that, Cletus?
Ratniks, aka Russian soldiers, have found that their bulletproof vests, instead of having the ceramite
Okay,
material
no,
inside,
no,
have
no.
wood.
Cletus, no.
What?
No. Moving on.
Anyway.
That is a success by 3 degrees exactly.
Sorry, I'm still thinking of wood mail. The standard leather looks like it was made by skaven hands, or was armor that had been allowed to degrade and was patched back up as needed. But the studded leather and the chain, you can tell where it was augmented, but the studded leather and the chain are both.
To that, you're able.
Well, they are both of quality craftsman make, and on one of the pieces of chainmail down in the far bottom, barely surviving as rings have been ripped off and others have been added on and patched back on backwards and forwards and other which way. There's a small plate that was woven on with the chain links that actually earmarks the place as hold on, let me look at the map real quick. that traces it up to the Sylvania Ostermark region.
Interesting. Okay. Make a note of that.
But these are, these were made by actual skilled hands. They aren't even on the studded leather, the rivets aren't haphazardly placed. They actually look like they could deflect a sword. Once.
Hmm.
Well, to be fair, sometimes once is all you need.
They look like they could deflect a sword once.
Better once than none.
But all the bounces.
I gotta say, I'm not the same thing, but it reminds me of that meme of a car that was absolutely garbage and rotten. It says still runs. The only description is still runs and beats walking.
Yeah.
You know, that said, the rattling guns, the warlock rifles, those weapons, those are all very clearly of Skaven make. Though
Yeah,
there
any of
are
the things that are firearms are not being sold. Those are going
So,
to
uh,
Oscar's
you
workshop to
finally
be
make it.
Oh, yeah.
stripped down and examined and then destroyed.
Hmm.
the on very easy overlook, the pistols do not appear to contain any warpstone components. They actually just appear to be gear and lever and, well, not pulley, but spring.
Well, that's useful to know. May be able to refurbish these for mine or Thess's use. Or Lucia, of course. Right. Oh, good morning, Mr. Sage.
Oh, hey there, Lord Oscar. What you doing?
No, Lord, Mr. Sage. No, Lord. I'm not my father, and despite his proclamations, he does not hold a lordship, so no need to give me such a fancy title. I'm just going through all the stuff we brought back from the Skaven hold to see what we can make use of. Do you need any new equipment?
Oh, yeah, I could definitely stand to wear something that's a little bit less um thief. As much as the hood is nice, it really doesn't inspire hope. Just give me your money. So yeah.
So after rooting around, I'm thinking we've got 2 spare sets of mixed leather and chain uh, that were listed as human scale armor. So I'm thinking we'll give him one of those sets. Probably one of the chainmail coifs to go with that. One of the shields and his pick of the hand weapons. I don't know if he has a preference for a mace, a sword, a spear, daggers, whatever. Even one of the fencing foils, whatever he has a preference for, he can take from the hand weapons.
Oh, that's mighty nice of you. He'll start rifling around through things. He'll eventually come up with a set of hand weapons. I can't remember what his, if it's sword or rapier or what, but he'll definitely end up grabbing a dagger and a shield. The Skaven shields, the hand weapons and shields as opposed to pretty much everything else, are of surprisingly good quality, though most of them look like they were just captured.
Yeah, he's making sure that Sage only really gets the stuff that is looted human gear rather than anything that is too obviously Skaven make.
Yeah. Yeah, and at any of the shields, it is a very an unspoken thing of I'm just gonna repaint it.
Yep. And
Just gotta paint over that triangle.
Good move.
So, what was it like down there? I remember you bringing Miss Lucia in the other night, and
Yeah.
she seemed like she was on death's door. I didn't know she could shiver.
I don't think she did until what happened down there. She killed one of the mighty ogres, but
Sage
the
whistles.
strain caused her magic to backfire on her.
Uh-oh.
Rather difficult. You understand? In truth, Sage, it was hell down there.
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really understand how that whole magic thing works, but I'm glad she's okay. Or, well, alive.
As am I, my friend, as am I. I know that you feel a loyalty to Sir Andre for his liberation of you, but I beg of you to seriously consider your choice to follow us down there should we go to return again. It is not something I want to do, but it is what must be done. But you are under no obligation to follow us down there.
He stops for a moment, stares at a spot of dust on the ground as you speak, Oscar. You're right, but I disagree. If it wasn't you lot who made your way down there, it would have been those rats, or it would have been someone from the guard, or it would have been someone, but we were being foolish. I I screwed up a lot between where I started and where you all found me. And I know I don't owe anyone anything. I know I don't have to follow you down there or go down go down into Moore's waiting room, but unless y'all want me to stay here and guard the mansion, I almost feel irresponsible leaving you all to head back down again. It's definitely turned out to be more than just a hunt for tails, eh?
More than I could ever have imagined, my friend. Your resolve does you credit, I will say that, and I think we should make it out of this more or less alive. And you have fallen, but look around us, Sage. The empire, the nation we live in has fallen from grace. If we, as its people, as humans, do not believe that we can rise as well and become more than what we've been in the past, then why bother with anything? The whole empire might as well be doomed if we don't believe in redemption.
when I was a little thing, my granny, she always used to say, Sage, she'd say, Sigmar protects fools and idiots. Don't go making his life any harder. I'm worried we're in a spot where the gods just have their hands too full to help.
Well, have you ever had many interactions with dwarfs, Mr. Sage?
Oh, not since I was a little thing. We
At
had
the
a
college. Sorry, do go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say we had a family friend who was a dwarven craftsman, but I haven't seen him since I was well, another lifetime. But you were saying about your Kool-Aid?
Yes, the college in Nuln, I was trained by several dwarfs. They're the masters of engineering, and what humans know is what they've deigned to teach us in truth. One of my masters, engineering master Greyhearth, was how his name was said in Reichspiel at least. He said much the same thing, that luck often comes down to the gods, but you can do the gods a favor by making their job easier for them. So, the harder you fight to survive, the easier time they'll have keeping you alive. At least that's how I understood what he said.
My granny used to spend time with dwarves when she was in her well, back when she was a spry young thing. Maybe that's where she got the saying from.
It wouldn't at all surprise me.
But are you a fan of dwarves, or?
I respect them. They're not the most agreeable of people sometimes, but they're true, they're logical, and if they're to be believed, their empire has lasted in harmony for thousands of years before Sigmar even founded ours. And ours has come up, lasted for 1,000 or so years, and then managed to break itself apart again. And in that time, their nation, they call it the Karaz Ankor, they've just kept going. They haven't had the issues of strife that we have. They haven't been pulled apart by bickering and political ambition and humanity. And yes, I respect them for that, and for all that Sigmar earned the entire human race the friendship of the dwarfs. I wish, for our part, sometimes that our nobility emulated theirs a bit more. Maybe we wouldn't have had all these problems. But no use dealing in hypotheticals.
Sage can't help but chuckle a little bit at that. You
So,
you definitely remind me of my old Uncle Flintbeard. But the arguments would always boil down to damn humans, you ruined everything.
That was rather Master Greyheart's theme on a bad day, yes. But credit to them, they still stayed and they still taught us, for all their grumbling. Maybe you've mentioned siblings, Sage. Were you the youngest, or did you have any younger siblings?
Ah, second to youngest. I had a little sister I took care of.
I'm the youngest in my family, joint youngest anyway. I have a twin, but sometimes I saw the expression on the dwarf mentors' faces, and it reminded me of the expression on my older brother's faces sometimes when I'd done something stupid, but they couldn't bring themselves to be angry with me and they just wanted to help me fix it. That's the that's how the dwarfs feel to me sometimes on their good days.
They certainly do try. I can give you a hand sorting if you want. I don't have much else to do. Andre
No harm
asked
in
me
getting
to
it done any faster.
come and yeah.
Also, you've been living here for a while. Are horses particularly hard to purchase around here?
That depends. Are you looking for a nag that'll get you around, or are you looking for something to use as a dowry?
No, nothing like a dowry. I can't imagine I will ever need one of those.
You should be able to find something without too much hassle then.
I simply wish to purchase a cart and a horse to draw it to aid us in transporting things around the city, and should we ever need to move on. I've never been much for riding, but I got the hang of driving a carriage, so that will help us in distributing all of this. And he waves a hand over the piles of weapons and armor. So,
Sage blinks a couple of times. Oh, a carriage too?
a simple
He
farmer's cart, if nothing else, something we can
he's
load this into.
starts looking around a little shifty-eyed before forcing it back down. Yeah, the horse you can. There's someone at the stalls who they've got a pretty good influx. I know where you can get a cart from. Yeah.
Sage, you're not meeting my eyes. Please be honest with me. Is this something from your past that you're trying to move on from with relation to this cart?
It's it was what my group used to move things around. Um, I'm pretty much the only one left, so there shouldn't be anyone still using it.
Fair
But I
enough.
mean, free cart?
I will accept. I will accept the cart as you bringing an asset in your ownership. As you say, you're the only member of your group still active outside the gardens. So, by all means, I will accept you bringing it into the service of the household with no questions.
I appreciate that. Um, follow-up question. Uh, do you think someone else would be willing to help me get it here? I don't actually have the ability to move it on my own. Not quite strong enough.
Where we'll go out to purchase the horse for drafting it, and then you'll take me to where it is, and we'll just tether the horse straight to it and bring it back here.
Oh, that'll make it so much easier. I was afraid we'd have to rig something up to that polar bear, and then I'd have to get close to the polar bear, and I still have nightmares about that polar bear.
That is a needlessly convoluted solution, Sage. I already said we were going to purchase a horse.
Look, Oscar, I didn't say it was a good plan, I just said it was a plan.
Your train of logic astounds me, friend.
Hey, this is why I'm glad you're here. I can leave the thinky brain stuff to you. I wasn't the smart sibling, I was the pretty sibling.
Oh, sorry, talking of pretty, I'm worried about something.
He cocks an eyebrow, but lets you continue.
Your master is infatuated with Lady Thesserau.
Sage smiles a little bit at that. Before, oh, I take it that that's not good.
Lady Thesserau is human, but she is human in all the ways that counts, but at the same time we would be remiss if we did not acknowledge that she was not. In all of my readings of...
Sage kind of blinks a couple of times. Wait, I just thought those... Wait, so that's not a disguise? She... Oh...
She's from another continent, one known as
bootstraps.
Austria. And from what she has told me, her species does not reproduce the same way humans do. To be blunt, they do not fuck. And since that does not happen, I can only deduce that they therefore do not form romantic partnerships, because they would not have the drive, if you follow my train of logic.
I mean, yeah, they don't be fucking. Huh.
To this end, I am merely warning you that should you see, or should Andre confide in you any schemes or reminiscences, you are his squire, do what you can to temper his ambitions as his closest confidant in the household, please.
Deliver him from evil, don't lead him to temptation. Gotcha.
Or stop him making an ass of himself, but that too.
I would stop him before his honor was tarnished, but not a step before.
Thank you. I'm hoping to rally the rest of the house in this cause in good time, but you are the closest to him.
Well, I can't say I know him entirely that well, but I do seem to notice his spirits rise whenever he's near Lady Thess or Lady Thesserau.
If it was only his spirits, we wouldn't have a problem.
Sage.
Yeah, it's that gross beautiful magic that's...
I felt you such a way with words.
I mean, if he didn't, like, I'm over here laughing my ass off at this whole thing because this is hilarious hearing Oscar and Sage talk about this whole situation. It is great.
It is great. I also appreciate that he's trying to confide in Sage, who is betting the vampire.
Yeah, and he doesn't know that, which makes us even funnier.
God.
So what I said when like a couple of weeks ago, this is Days of Our Party. This is Days of Our Party, right? Where this isn't Warhammer Fantasy. This is Days of Our Party. It's the new soap opera, right?
This is not where I intended it to go. This is where the dice said, "Nah, fam, we going."
Days of Our Hammers.
As the Sigmar turns.
Hammer of our lives.
Well, this is quite an interesting turn of events. And quite amusing.
Also, will Tabletop Simulator stop disconnecting me, please? I think I'm back in now.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. It's dropped me out like 4 times this session.
Yeah.
Weird that it's not me this time.
Yeah.
I put you on a priority connection and a priority port, man. So unless my whole internet goes out, you get first dib.
Yeah, we shouldn't have any more problems. It's just disconnected me a few times, but we should be
all
okay.
your
It's nothing
bandwidth
serious.
belong to me. Well, cue the montage of Sage
don't-
asking Oscar to help him try on different sets of armor to see what exactly fits amongst the stuff, but I guess cue him being upgraded to studded leather.
Yeah, we can do one of the studded leather sets. Actually, no, we've got full sets of leather and chain mix, or we've got just studded leather cuirasses.
He gets a
Uh,
nice big
It's similar.
jacket with no sleeves. AKA
gonna-
what is commonly referred to as a vest.
All right,
Right, proper.
still love the rest it is, but honestly, pretty much anything is an upgrade over what he has.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I've created a Sage tab on the inventory sheet now.
That's
He has a
fantastic.
color.
Oh my gosh, he's slowly becoming a person.
I deliberately made it a paler shade of the color I've used to denote Andre.
Yes.
That's pretty funny.
It's good. It's a useful visual shorthand. I think about these things.
I love this. But yeah, by the time all's said and done, you've got him looking pretty spiffy, Oscar, and he actually looks like he could safely protect the house should something threaten it, or should a handful of ne'er-do-wells be foolish enough to try and rob the place.
Sounds good. So with that done and the goods sorted for us to transport later, Oscar's going to spend the rest of this first day writing the letters, of which you'll have already seen between sessions.
Yay, letters.
Indeed.
And that'll be me for this day of downtime.
And I believe that is what?
They're still
That is most of everyone, though. Rodlin was going to see about now. Seems Oscar was busy, but otherwise, or maybe Andre might have time. He was going to see about finding one other person and going to look for that strange. I guess it was theoretically potentially going to go see about finding that strange halfling we spoke to prior.
Lucia
Although-
is going to be coming back looking for Rodolin, actually.
Oh, fair enough.
On a different matter entirely.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, by the time you finish reading, or by the time you have finished reading to the skaven, several of them would have peeled off and gone to curl up in a nap, their spirits raised, and a lot of them filled with positive emotion and genuinely being unsure what to do with this.
I'll let them figure it out. Hopefully they're not fighting again by morning.
I could just picture one just being like, there is this warmth clinging to my chest. It is foreign. What's wrong? Am I going to die?
grapple it.
Yeah, Niaro would before Lucia leaves. Lucia, miss, Niaro has strange warmth in the chest. It not there before, and it grow like heartburn. Is Niaro going to die?
Does Niaro like the feeling?
Niaro isn't sure. Niaro want to like feeling, but Niaro scared.
Okay. So feeling you have in chest is feeling that the humans have for each other. It is why we fight together and don't fight each other. It is why we can care about someone even though there is nothing to gain from it. Do you understand now?
That's a thing?
What?
That's a thing?
Yes. It is why I take care of Mori, knowing full well he will outlive me and Eventually, he may even turn and snap on me, but I still take care of him.
Oh, you thought you took care of Bear out of fear.
Hmm.
No, I take care of Bear out of feeling you have in chest. We call it
On a side note,
love of family.
now for a side note, folks. Now, the human kingdoms do occasionally clash with each other. So, Lucia's kind of skirting things a little bit.
Yes, don't get into look. I'm trying not to complicate it yet.
They don't need to know about the. They don't need to know about the 500-year civil war. Okay.
Hmm.
So sometime before dinner, I am going to make a quick bite to eat and retreat to my room to work on letters and journal entries and the like. I have, yeah. Anyone who listens at Thessa's door will hear her strumming chords and singing, trying to sing in a couple of different languages. Which will be the end of my day, the last
What
hour of my evening.
There is a non-zero chance the butler appears in the room to sing backups on one of the songs before flitting through to clean something.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Thess is not an unskilled performer. It'll be one of the two songs that I've already kind of posted words to in chat in the server.
Perfect.
Because those are going to become a thing around town. One of them is.
Mm-hmm.
And
Indeed.
before I lose the train of thought, Rattling, the halfling, OZ, the halfling you're speaking of is Zalric, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I was halfway through stating that statement, I realized, oh wait, that might be a little difficult at the moment.
Rock gives us drink
That's
water.
fine. Shit, I just finished mine. I'll have to go get more in a minute. That's fine. Join in on Friday.
Okay. Other than that, he will be reading and examining various items we have recovered and tomes. Until he is inevitably found by Lucia.
Rodolin? Knock knock. You in?
Yes. I'm at home.
She comes into the room, dragging the rusty pieces of armor. So, I get to ask question before I get started on this. Do you know wizards on the runes for wizard armor?
Would I, DM?
It's literally, do you have knowledge, history, or art, or magic?
Oh, yeah, that I do. As a matter of fact, yes, I do.
I was about to say, that depends. What skills do you have? So yes, you do.
Alright, good. She pulls out a measuring tape. I need to take your measurements. I'm gonna be changing something up for you too.
Oh, how kind of you. Here, let me stand.
She's going
You're
to
gonna...
take his measurements and regret everything.
Magnum dong.
Magnum? What the fuck? Ugh. So considering your no offense, advanced age, I thought nothing heavier than the armor I usually wear for you, and then I'm going to take this rusty scale and clean it, replace the broken scales and turn it into something for me, and then I'm going to repair this crappy chest plate and make it into something Andre might enjoy using.
Indeed. Although between you and me, I do look a little older than I am, and I exercise, so don't be too concerned for my ability to wield equipment.
Oh, I'm not too concerned for your ability to wield equipment. I'm more concerned about it crushing you.
Oh yes, I quite well. I appreciate the empathy.
Fucking in before old man 6-pack.
Hold on. So I have something for this. I have something for this. In before in before Rodolin is being this guy here. Shit post. And for the stream.
uh,
In before
maybe.
Rodolin is this.
Oh boy.
The fucking muscle wizard returns.
Fear the
That's
muscle.
fist.
Funny you should mention that. Anyway. Uh,
Thank you, Fee. I had temporarily forgotten that one of my favorite pieces of artwork existed.
The muscle wizard.
the muscle wizard with the beard fist.
And the beard fist.
Well, in the meantime, she is going to start. She is gonna head downstairs. She's got measurements for herself, Andre, and now Rodolin, and she's got 3 suits of armor that need to be reworked from scratch.
Oh, when you stop with me, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes, Andre?
I well, I'm no expert on such matters, but I got something for Lady Thesserau, and I'd like to ask your opinion on it.
My God, they're at war. One's seeking advice to help the cause. The other is seeking advice to stifle it.
This is great.
Go on, I'm listening.
I didn't know how badly I needed this.
I grab out the wreath of flowers, and then the earrings, and I say, "Well, where I'm from, it's quite traditional formal wear for women of my country to wear flower wreaths for events, and well, we're meeting the local nobles, so I find it to be quite appropriate. And uh, Lady Thesserau's ears are unadorned, and I think these would be quite the complimentary gift to match the gold of her scales."
You want this to wear that.
Yes. Is it is it is it inappropriate?
She's blinking a few times. I'm not going to say yes, but I'm going to say you might be overestimating Tessa's understanding of human culture.
I tried to grab complementary colors to her scales and a normal attire.
Lucia goes to speak for a moment, thinks about it, and goes, "You know what? Go for it." And in the back of her mind, the only thing she can think of, this is going to be very entertaining.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
You are an awesome person.
I like that two of us have spotted potential train wreck. One of us is thinking this needs to be curtailed, and the other one's just getting the deck chair and popcorn.
Did you think she was going to curtail this?
I'll do track drifting!
Yep, this is.
I did not, and I love it.
Yep.
Basically, alongside my ale, I'm grabbing a large bag of popcorn, buttered.
Oh, I guess one other thing I would ask, since the conversation came up about the armor, I'd ask if, well, do you, no offense to the religion of the Empire, but you think you could perhaps remove the insignia of Sigmar from that very fine old breastplate we found?
No, not without destroying it. What I could do is put more decorations around it, make you look like a Bretonian diplomat person.
Yeah, that would be quite appropriate. I appreciate it.
Then I will get to work tomorrow.
Thank you, Lucia.
Hopefully she thinks about it for a moment. I suppose we call them Ratmen and not Skaven, not to be insulting. Hopefully the Ratmen do not eat their bowls. There's gonna be the one, and I know there's gonna be the one who ate who ate the wooden silverware.
Well, wood is packed full of fiber.
Or they tried to eat the silverware. I'll have bite marks on it.
But it had the flavor bits inside. Couldn't get the rest of it out without eating.
That's what forks.
I mean, to be fair, rats chew wood, so it probably wouldn't be the worst.
They have to chew, or eventually their teeth grow so long they can't bite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'll brain themselves.
Yeah.
I know. When I had a mouse, he had to chew compulsively.
Yeah, it's a health thing for them.
Yep.
Well, I will endeavor to see what I can do about making the plate, the chest piece, more Bretonian.
Oh, thank you.
No promises, though. In the back of her mind, she has a completely different idea right now.
You're not going to kiss Levited, are you?
Thanks for the raid, Bit Gamer.
Thank you, Bit Gamer. As for not gonna kiss Levited, I mean, what's a little Bretonian order of the bear between friends?
So now, oh my god. First we had in before Rodolin the buff wizard, and now we got in before Andri wearing armor from every fucking nation.
And it'd be one thing if he's wearing different suits of armor from every nation. No. It's gonna be pieces from different nations.
He needs a Talayan hat. He needs a Talayan hat, I swear.
We don't talk about Talea.
I wish Games Workshop would talk about Talea, honestly.
He needs a Talayan hat, a border prince's floofy arms. Anyway,
what would like a Cathayan plated skirt?
on a more serious conversation, Lucia's
Thank
gonna head over to Oscar.
Good evening, Lucia.
I'm not interrupting, am
I? No, nothing that I can't easily pause.
Very well. I will describe things to you and leave you with them to think about, or you can ask 150,000 questions. I'm not sure. Never thought about having to do this with an Empire man who is completely, what is term, inexperienced with culture. So,
Fair enough.
Chies Savoy is... The translation is not shield protector. I said that in front of everyone else to save you embarrassment. It means shield husband. She waits to let that sink in.
And now the other shoe drops.
I understand.
As Ice Meat in the Kislev, I am not allowed to take traditional husband lover, I'm not allowed to bed anyone. Period. Swear oath of chastity until such time as Ursus calls and says I'm ice queen now. No, no bedding anyone. That means we take a shield husband to protect us. Moon over here just had like a conniption.
I'm sorry. But I'm sorry. It's not my fault that this is just the way the dice went this session.
We traditionally take shield husband to protect us, meaning that especially in foreign lands, we look over and go, we have husband, and it generally makes people leave us alone. But further, it's a way of something later. Now, if you agree to this, you are the imperial term I think is courting. You are effectively courting me, but you're not allowed to actually do anything beyond say you are. And that is the basic gist. At least I am not Catalina. The ice queen of Kislev. She has like 1,600 shield husbands. I wish that was a joke. But I would have to you would have to swear oath and I would have to swear oath back, and then we would go from there as to determine how long you would be in service. And if you decide to stay after that point, when I am lifted a vow of chastity, then you would have first call on whether you wanted to go beyond being a shield husband. You would be bound to the same rules I am, by the way. That's kind of how it works. And it's a kind of magical binding that would be very, very, very painfully bad if we violate it.
That all makes sense, is perhaps too strong a word, but it is key. Of course.
Not all clicking. You still have 2 full days to think about it. But
why me? If you need a Serotonin knight in this very home, there are a merchant house whose skill is in his
big bad Bretonian knight, but gun win. I need someone who is more versed in the land I am in, not the land where I am from, and not the land where he's from. Your duty is more the duty I would expect of you is less protection and more make sure that I don't break laws or violate social faux pas or the language things. I need smart husband. I don't need strong husband. Second, or I need smart Cheslavoy. I don't need strong Cheslavoy. Second, I like you. You may be naive and honestly inexperienced, but you are still, how do you say, you are smart enough to know when you're wrong, but wise enough to know when to be righteous. Andre is just, how would you say,
a self-righteous blue blood?
Yes.
I am fond of the man and I respect his fighting skill, don't get me wrong, but there are times over these past few weeks where the more egalitarian parts of me have wanted to smack him.
More than once. You also, you're just nice. You don't, you question me, but you don't question me like he or Thess does. Him and Thess tend to be more, what's his term? Their questions can be more condescending at times. I think that's right. No, that's not right. It's not that way. They're not being mean. Words fail me.
I
In other
understand the
words,
spirit.
Oscar is the best candidate for the job.
Bad Cletus. But you
Ah,
you have the kind of softness that would be better served to make sure I don't go off the handle on someone who doesn't deserve it. Whereas, also honestly, I think I think Andre is so enamored with Tess that you couldn't pry him off of the idea if you tried with 6 crowbars and a bear.
I know that cannot. Thess was talking about how she came from a spawning. To my logic, that means the species doesn't do romantic relationships. I just don't think she's going to have a frame of reference for what he's putting down.
I think it will be hilarious, and we should get this new thing called popcorn.
I was planning to try and save his dignity, actually.
Oh no! When man is smitten like that, you don't try to save his dignity. You let him fall flat on face. It's better for him. Or who knows? Maybe Tess will understand it, and if Tess does understand it, that would be even more hilarious. Think about it.
Quietly, in the corner of the room, you hear the butler dying a second time from laughter.
Think of it this way. Andre would now have to introduce Tess at all of his royal knightly functions as his lady. And we would be there to watch it every single time.
If Rodlin were here, he would comment. If Rodlin were here, he would comment. And now all I can think of is Lady Thess in a dress.
Say yes to the Thesson address.
Oh, the little known Dr. Seuss book. Moving on.
The player finds this hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Unfortunately, the player is also cursed with playing Thess.
So, there are other concerns, but they come up later. The longer you are Cheslavoid to me, the more likely you will start to what is term? Become slowly immune to my magic.
I suppose that does make sense and is convenient. If I am to stay by your side, it's as well that the side effects of your coldness do not affect me. But
Hey! I'm just chilly, not cold. I may come off as crass and direct, but I do care a lot more than I probably should.
I know, despite your chilliness, you can't hide the warmth in your heart, Lucia. We've all been able to see it.
Yes. As much as
For
I
what
will.
it's worth, I understand what you're asking of me insofar as I can with the cultural divide between us. You are expecting to spend some time in these lands. You need someone to advise you, to defend you both spiritually and to a lesser degree physically, although that is a duty shared with Maury. This is not something I ever anticipated, but if it is important to you and your culture and you genuinely feel that I am the best candidate to do this for you, then I will accept your offer, Lucia.
Alright, I guess I'll prepare ritual notes and we can decide when the best time to perform ritual is. But it's not going to be any time within the next week or so. It's going to be when things are calm. I've never had Chess Lavoy. Maury likes you too, and that's the other part that's weird. He likes you, which he doesn't like anybody.
Well, that, given the fact that we'll both be in your presence for a lot of the foreseeable future, I think it's just as well I do get on with him.
Good, because, like, he looks at Andre like, are you sure about this one? And he looks at Tess with the description of, she gives me food, but she tastes like food. And she looks at Rodolin like you would look at the crazy old uncle. We need to take it slow. How slow? I switch slow. Fuck you, Moon.
Oh boy.
I love you too.
I mean, out of
God.
character, the slowness is a bonus out of character from Oscar's perspective because said the boy's naive and inexperienced in a number of ways.
She is a shield against all suitors.
Yes.
Wouldn't want your musket firing prematurely.
Oh,
damn it, final sight!
Someone had to say it.
damn it.
Make sure it's well loaded before it goes off.
Damn it. Oh.
Fucking final sight.
You're all terrible. Appreciated, but you're all terrible.
Do you
You're
take my hand and
welcome.
friend zone boyfriend?
You take my hand as friend zone boyfriend. It also means that Oscar doesn't have to fight off the ladies anymore.
Yes, that is something else. One of the reasons I was laughing when you talked about Lady Thess and Andre being presented at court. My father has been ambitious for our family to become more than a merchant house and to become true nobility. He has been pressuring both me, my sister, and our unmarried elder sibling to make matches of notable station.
Oh.
I am just picturing how he will react when I reveal that I have entered into a partnership that strengthens the bond between the Empire and the Kislevites.
Oh, what is term? What is non-Kislevites term? So we call them, my brain died for a minute, hold on.
Ottomans?
Yeah, we call them Ottomans. My father is Ottoman of Western District of Prague.
Oscar does some quick mental comparing of social pyramids in his head and goes, I don't think the old boy will object. That is technically an upgrade.
I think here in Empire that would be like a count. Count, that's about right. Lowest, like, count rule over like castle and like surrounding village, right? Or is that baron?
A baron holds the smallest plot of land. You would then have the counts, and then above them you have the grand counts or the elector counts. But I'm going to be honest, the political system in the empire is a lot of. We nominally have a system, but every man controls the territory he can see from his castle tower, in effect.
Oh, well then.
Technically, it would it would go barons, counts, elector counts, emperor, but who knows anymore?
I'll just tell him I am daughter of Altanen, though I am like third in line to no second. My sister took vows of of witch hunting, so I'm second in line to no, still third. There's another sister, so still third. I'm third in line to receive title.
So convoluted.
Damn it.
Well, go ahead, Doodle.
Hello? Oh shit! I muted myself, said half my sentence, and unmuted myself. God damn it!
Okay, I did hear that.
You did. I was reading your post in chat, Moon. The committed relationship with a Chesty Freezer. It's so close. God damn it!
So Oscar's with Lucia, Andres with Sage is with the vampire. Are we gonna get Ronald in the Slanesh demon hand again?
Listen, man, there's else. What can I say about that without spoiling something? Because
Oh,
I
you can say
won't say much
spoilers
for
and
now.
waggle your eyebrows.
I won't say much, but I'll say there is someone in the world who would be very keen to eviscerate a demon should they be attempt that.
Demon noises.
The worst part is that after the
No,
first
no,
possession, you become a slightly easier target for future possessions.
Here's a
Rodlin.
weird thought for Rodlin. Depending on how long it was since the warp formed the particular demonette, it depends on. You could have a demonette that was made simply hours ago, or one that's been actually existing for centuries.
I mean,
It's
given
hard
the
to tell.
ether, it could also be one that doesn't exist yet,
Exactly.
because time is
That
non linear. There.
that makes things extremely odd.
Not the Slaneshi
What
demon. Not the Slaneshi demon spawned from the bowels of the chat.
Listen, I'll be honest. If the Slaneshi demon is underage, the universe is coming apart.
Yes.
Anyway, I have also a list here for you. This is for the. I assume you and Lady Thess are going to market to get rid of all of our junk tomorrow.
Yes, we'll be picking up a simple horse and cart. Sage's old gang owned a cart they used to transport things, so I'm going to be acquiring a cheap draft horse just to pull that around, and that should be useful for any travel that we do around the area as well.
Oh, good. Here is a list. She hands him a list of various blacksmithing needs. I went and was looking it up while other people were doing their turns. It comes to 21 shillings and or 21 gold and 18 shillings for the materials. I need these materials to work on the armor we found in order to repair it.
I
And
wasn't aware that you were handy in the forge, Lucia.
every Kislevite is required to take trade. It doesn't matter what it is. You have to know what you're doing. Only way Prague stays standing is everyone knows how to do something. Mom was forged. Dad, despite being noble, knew how to do masonry.
Well, once we're done selling all of the spare materials and picking up the items we need, I'm likely going to be spending a few days at the forge at the college outpost in the town, so you're more than welcome to join me there. I'm sure I could persuade them to let you use the workspace as well.
That would be good. I need to get a lot of rust off of these things. There are
The
no.
family that forges together stays together.
God damn it, Cletus.
You know, Cletus jokes, but Lucia would notice that the fact that they do have a skill in common, something in Oscar's stance has immediately relaxed a bit more. Just at that small commonality between them.
Look at it this way. You know how to read books better than I do, and have probably acquired more knowledge from them than I ever will attain. But I do know how to work metal. At least metal that is designed to stop you from dying, not metal that is made to kill you.
I think between the two of us, we should be able to get our friends and ourselves into a situation where the next time we go back down there, the Skaven are going to have a very unpleasant day.
It will be good fun times. Well, I say fun, you say horrific and panicky, but both can be true.
Quite so. Talking of horrific, look at these plans I was just drawing up before you came in. Those horrible Gatling guns that the Skaven were using. Thess asked me to try and make one that she could use without any of the warpstone horror. I've started drawing the blueprints. What do you think?
She leans over and tries to look at the blueprints / plans and goes, I don't understand any of this. I'm going to assume that you want Tess to be able to lug this around and fire dozens of rounds of ammunition very quickly.
She will be able to shred rats as if we had a dozen of Mori with us.
She also, I don't mean this in a bad way. She also big girl. She could easily lug this around where two rats would have problems. She'd just walk around with it and be fine.
Oh yes, I've already accounted for that. Where they needed a whole setup, there's a leather harness I've designed that should let her distribute the weight across her shoulders, and she shouldn't have any difficulty with it at all. She is uncomfortably strong, but you know.
That's what is your strength score, actually.
Not that strong actually. I do not believe I am the strongest person in this group. My strength is 35.
Bear's Mori is a statistical outlier and will not be counted.
Yeah. She is tall but lanky.
It's less raw strength and more just the fact that out of all of us, you have the most mass.
Yes. Yeah.
But yes, if you could gather those items while you're at the shop, I'm going to start in the morning dousing the armors in the mineral oils to work the rust off. And Rodolin knows how to do the wizard enchanting, which is what the strange ingredients at the end are for. It's for him to make it where he and I can use an armor without Zinch having a conniption.
What is the total? What was the total? It was 18 something.
21 gold and 18 shillings. So 21 gold crowns and 18 silver shillings for the raw materials according to the book. And that's enough iron to... That's half the iron needed to make... That's half the iron or steel ore to make... Or bars, whatever. To make the armor. And then the special ingredients listed and a cheap set of blacksmith tools. I think I had to do it. Yeah, I had to do it by. So it would be the actual items. Where is the? There's. The actual items. Chain crowbar. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Not what I'm looking for. Ah! I'm on the wrong page! Okay, right page.
It will end up being 24 crowns, 2 shillings after adjustments. There's a small bottlenecking of materials. They just don't have enough iron to keep up with all the demands.
Fair
Which
enough.
is why we should put good
Funny we
money
should
for the
mention that.
scrap
Did we
steel.
not find a small iron vein that may be mined out?
That's true.
You did. Really?
We did, and we also have an awful lot of scrap steel from the Skaven that we should therefore be able to get a good price for.
Exactly.
You actually could get a pretty good price for that. Metal is normally it would be let's see, its static buy rate is going to be, as opposed to half, it'll be at 75 before the adjustments. I already factored something up. Hang on, let me find the note on it.
Here we go. Cheap artisan tools are 5 gold crowns. They're not great shape. If you want decent common artisan tools, they run 50 gold crowns, which is why I'm like, no, I'll take the cheap ones. And then best quality will be 500. Nothing, no thank you. So that would be the smith tools, would be 5 crowns, and then the actual items, I opened the wrong book, which is why I couldn't find stuff. Charcoal comes to a silver piece a pop base, and ore of the iron variety, and this is all in the Arms and Armory book, comes to 5 gold crowns per pound per unit, basically, and you need the equivalent encumbrance of the armor you're trying to make. And since we're preparing shoddy armor, we only need half, so we need 300 encumbrance of iron for the scale, 75 encumbrance of iron for the plate, and to adjust the pieces for Rodolin, we need 40 encumbrance worth of leather and 40 encumbrance worth of iron for him. Which comes out to, yep. I'll just post the list. Anyway, that's everything logistically wise. Lucia's going to thank Oscar. Thank you. And then give him a hug.
Oscar accepts and returns the hug.
I think that is the first time I've hugged someone since I became a witch.
Well, if I'm going to take on this role with you, then I'll provide whatever you need, be it my gun, my voice in court, or just whatever hugs you might need.
Well, I mean, I've hugged Maury, but I mean person. I have to think about this.
That is very fair. Maury is very huggable.
I have to think about this. In 2 days, I have both felt cold for the first time since I was 5, and now I have felt warm since the first time since I was 6. That is strange.
I have met more enemies of humanity in the last few days face to face than I'd ever hoped to meet in my lifetime. So, what is it about Wissenberg, eh? It's a city of firsts.
Well, you should finish your plans. I should get more rest because someone who happens to be our doctor is going to yell at me very loudly if I don't.
That is probably wise.
And she will head to bed.
But one quick thing before as she's walking through the house, father would stop her and ask briefly, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask earlier. You
Hmm?
had yes. Forgive me, I forgot to ask this when you were speaking with me earlier, but I had a question about our little furry friends.
What about them?
I was curious how they were coming along. You went to go see them, did you not?
I did.
I I had been thinking. Certainly, we can't have all of them up here. But given how little I imagine they understand, it might be wise to have one of them, at least perhaps our dear little champion, spend some time with the learning some of the smaller intricacies with us. Well, I'm already going to be teaching them language, but what of manners? And they might also do well with a few more humans to interact with. If only, well, if only to have
If only to have what?
more reference for. I fear they might not. I wish to ask you about this because you were the latest to have seen them. I was curious if how they've been developing. I wanted to.
They are the... What is best way to describe them? Um... They... They're strange to me. I... I don't know how else to describe it. They seem afraid of us, but also seem willing to be nice to each other?
Hmm. With some great confusion, I'd wager.
Yes. Um... They... They're just...
Like a child that has been beaten over and over, learning to find a home that respects them. They fear it as much as they crave it.
It's not just that, it's their... It's almost as if they expected me to come with intent to harm them immediately. And when I didn't, they weren't sure what to make of it. And now I'm bothered by it.
Indeed. They were made with the mark of a much fouler force than most ever can dream of upon them from birth. And yet,
They they sat around and listened to me read the Deus of Sigmar for hours. I lost track of time. I haven't even read that book before, and now I've read it, and I have slight headache, but they seemed enthralled, like children a at an Orthodox temple.
Yes, quite. I can imagine. They live an entire existence living in the dark.
Yes, and now we have to teach them to read and understand the course that they're on, and I did not come here prepared to teach Ratman. But I suppose I will try.
Welcome to Cult Deprogramming 101.
Well, we have the lot of us available for that effort.
What do you think? Are they smart enough to understand, or should we be more concerned?
I think our dear champion, at the very least, seems to have something truly changed in him.
And what are we gonna do when the witch hunter comes by? How am I going to explain this to the Kislev witch hunter when they come by and learn of it?
You think a Kislevite witch hunter will be coming here?
One of my sisters holds permanent grudge. She joined Kislevite witch hunters specifically to try to find a reason to witch hunt me. They're not even called witch hunters, but you know, and just easy empire understanding of what they do. She hates that she wasn't chosen as a witch when we were lined up. Not understanding that she doesn't have a magical bone in her body. It could quite frankly, be described as creative as telling a youngster to paint fence and watch it dry.
I can imagine.
But yes, I know she's going to show up and find an excuse, but I have no reason to hurt these damn rats. I may seem nonchalant about it, but this is right. This is the strangest problem anyone's ever had, probably in a very long time.
Indeed. For my part, I see it as I think, forgive this old man his philosophical ramblings.
You're an old man, you're allowed.
It speaks to me of a merit some do not fully understand. I look at these creatures. I look at why they are here and how. And as we ponder, all so many can think of is the stain, the dark, the foul things from that foul sea of change that have caused them to be this way, and yet they are. I've looked long and deep into that abyss, longer than many, even of my compatriots, even when I and got a fresh insight even recently when we cleared this house. And one thing I have come to know most clearly, as powerful and poignant and impossibly changing that realm, the other realm is, a sea of chaos and all that. It has a rule, a strange constancy that is in and of itself foreign. Beings change, but we mortal things live, die, and move on, while all on the other side may be born and may be erased, but dance like concepts or painting on a page, not furtive life. They are whatever they must be. They are what the reflections of this world make them. And whatever change they have is not of their own, or very seldom of their own, if ever of their own.
Mm.
But everyone around in the material, the land, the living, the finite, they are reflected of nothing. Shaped, indeed. They are not concepts. They are not embodiments of things beyond. They are not. They. They are not. They are the be, not the thing. And in a world where there is nothing to drive you, nothing more fundamental to yourself than your choices, and the only aspects of your reality that are ultimately definitive are the only aspects of your reality that grow and embody yourself are the changes and choices you yourself have made. It is a comforting thought to me that their choices become them, and that others' choices do not. I there I believe their choices may make them more. I believe on some level they are material things. Their essence is of their choosing.
Hmm. You really think so?
On some level, warp. No one is free from the warp and its concepts, and no one is free from the influence around them. But today we have met and well, just in the last few weeks we've met a knight who's fallen who is who's been quite taken with someone born among the lizard folk. We have met wanderers, a noble prince, a noble son, seemingly destined only for the pen and the paper of the and the craned neck of his father's work, who wanders the world to see more, and apply his hands and crafts in ways that are others otherwise defined. We have met the lizard. Oh, we have met our lizard-born human, who has taken it upon herself to choose her very definition of being. I think they may have limitations and troubles in their choice, but ultimately a great choice will be theirs. It is only a matter of how far they are able to take it.
Hmm. You're right. I suppose I shouldn't underestimate them.
Besides,
Hmm.
indeed. Oh yes, I learned long ago not to underestimate anything in this world. And besides, if our dear little champion, I call him, if he truly was able to receive a vision from a god of humans, then perhaps there are beings far wiser than us who see potential in them.
Well, I should get some more rest before our wretched lizard comes up and kindly explains to me that I should still be in bed. And I've selected the material needed for your little esoteric rituals that will need to be done to make the armors viable for you and I to wear without the problem of, backlash, I believe is correct term.
Quite right. I'll check over them in the morning. And I too should perhaps get some sleep.
She nods to him and heads to her room. Grabs Maury. Looks at him. Appears as though you now have, going to have Dad.
Maury blinks slightly at that with a.
He said yes.
And Lucia, you'd see something that it's been quite a while since you've seen him do this in a non-hostile way. Maury proceeds to stand up on two legs with front paws in front of him and just largely lets them dangle for a moment, staring at Lucia, panting slightly before standing back down in front of her with a heavy thud.
Come on, you silly bear. We both need sleep. And she crawls into bed and she crawls into bed and fully knows what's going to happen because within 5 minutes Maury's on the bed.
Okay, but he doesn't pounce onto it this time. He actually slowly ambulates onto it.
Good, I don't want to have to tell the poor ghost butler that he has to fix the bed again.
The good side is the bed survives. The bad side is that you are going to be pinned. Well, you won't be cold.
No, never
You'll
cold.
be pinned under a bear skin rug, and also the bear is still using the bear skin.
Does anybody else have anything they need to do before the next day? Or are we skipping straight to Andre and Tess are going shopping?
I need to go
Isn't that
probably murder
Oscar
some
and Tess
thieves.
going shopping?
Oscar and Tess. Excuse I did it, Moon! I did it! I did it!
I'm not alone!
Oscar and Tess going shopping.
I probably need to go kill some thieves.
Rodlin has some experimentation to perform, but that can probably be done either tomorrow or just for tonight out of session.
So, Andre, that first night would go smoothly. The Arabian merchant would give you a nod in the after everything is loaded. If you'd be so kind, come back again the day after tomorrow. I'll have another small shipment coming through. I'll pay you a few crown this time if you would.
Oh, sure. Why not? And when I show up, I guess now. So if the cart isn't in use, I would totally make Sage use the draft horse, and we would just follow along on horseback and I would just be decked to the nines, polished chainmail, and lance just at the ready, and just follow. I hope my aura
Oh,
just keeps
beautiful.
anything from. I hope my aura just keeps any thieves from even trying. But if they
There's a
show up,
reason
they'll
I
get the
didn't
lance.
call for any rolls or anything. Yeah, no. Between you and Sage moving behind in proper square attire, you dissuade things on that first night with the pure aura alone.
Beautiful.
The lance helps a lot.
A lance with a banner? Yeah.
It helps a lot.
Then no, I don't have anything else that night to do. Although in the morning, I do have something to do.
Go for it. What
Oh, no, it's
do
just
it.
when. Oh boy. Do I do it when everyone is all together, or do I try to piecemeal out Thess on her own?
That is a question that only Andre can answer.
Hold on, let me make my let me make a fellowship, which is a 50-50 for me. Let's see. Over he does it alone, under he does it in front of everyone.
Magic 8-ball, do I shoot my shot?
Over he goes to Thess in the morning before anyone else like is up and about. He knocks at her door.
I'm muted. What time?
I mean at a reasonable hour, not a butt crack of dawn hour.
Define reasonable hour.
We'll
It actually
say
matters.
We'll say 8:30.
Okay, she's gone.
Fuck.
Damn.
Rodlin would have been up since like about 7-ish on his balcony for spending a few hours on his balcony. Would he have seen her leave?
Nope. She probably left around 5 or 6 a.m.
Lord.
Yeah.
I
mean,
definitely
she's
wasn't up
been
at
getting
5
up.
or 6.
She has historically been up that early to make breakfast for everybody.
That's true.
Aw.
So, in this case, she's not making breakfast. She's just not there.
Well, I mean, I'll wait till later then. Next time I see her.
Yeah, that won't be until mid-afternoon sometime, probably.
Yeah, it's alright.
Yeah.
I guess other than that, I don't have anything specific other than training Sage the next day a little bit.
Been Moon
Oh,
YouTube so.
sorry. So if Thessa's gone in the morning, and Andre has missed out on reconvening with her, I take it then that Oscar went out with Thess in the early
No,
hours.
he's spent the morning loading the cart. He doesn't actually know where Thess is.
Ah, okay. Well, it's a nice cart. Um,
I'm just typing out in full the full list of stuff from our inventory list that we're going to sell. I figure you'll need to work out the costing between sessions.
I will. The thing. It has deployable armor.
Battle wagon.
Granted, it's you pop a piece of fabric and slats roll down that make it a lot harder to shoot with arrows, but
I mean, as soon as I see that, Oscar's already thinking in terms of a second version of the gun that he's making for Thess that can be mounted in the flatbed of this thing if we ever go traveling.
yeah, so I may or well, not I, but we may or may not have stolen this from some guards on a job, but anyway, yeah, it was just collecting dust, so happy to hand it over to you. Though
We will make great use of it. Thank you very much, Sage.
it's my pleasure, Oscar. Though do keep your eyes peeled. There was something a bit worrying there.
Need to elaborate?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to find the words. Here, it'll be easier if I show you. He hops into the back of the wagon and offers you a handout. You can either hop up or offer the hand. It doesn't really matter one way or the other.
I'll take the offered hand to be polite.
Yep. He pulls you up into the thing. And about halfway through, he stops walking and gestures. Notice anything out of the ordinary?
As
Do you want
Perception or
roll?
evaluate?
That is a 39. That is perception is. Sorry, bear with me a moment. I've got plus 20% in that. So that means it's actually on an 80 I'm rolling for, so 39 is 4 degrees of success.
Oh, that's good. That's enough. You needed at least 3. It takes Oscar a couple of minutes of looking around the wagon. You hear Sage kind of musing confidently off to the side, and finally, the engineer spot it. There's a piece of wood there's a piece of wood down on the floor that has a slight variance in coloration from the other ones. It's subtle enough that unless you knew what you were looking for, it would be hard to find. But once you know it's there, it sticks out like a sore thumb. And with a little bit of, or with hardly any effort, the piece pops up, revealing a small storage box, though it's completely empty.
A smuggler's compartment.
It's supposed to be full.
Oh.
But as far as I knew,
what?
Everyone. Oh, well, so as far as I knew, everyone was down in the hole there. But
Sage, full of what? That's the most important fact right now. Excuses can wait.
You watch him die inside before he finds the resolve. It, we were smuggling explosives. Dwarven grade.
Oscar takes off his pince-nez glasses and just gently runs his hand down his face. Puts the glasses back on. Steeples his fingers in front of his mouth and just says, Sage, this should have been mentioned a while ago. If the Skaven have dwarf-grade explosives, They can
No.
bring any building in this city down.
No, it's not the skaven who would find it. Notice the wood, there aren't any scratch or bite marks around it.
Okay, so this might be a bit grim, but when we dragged your former colleagues up out of that basement to go to Moore's garden, was there anybody missing?
I didn't realize it at the time because, well, I was kind of in shock of most of the gang I was with having just been, but there there were two who I don't I don't know what happened to them, but I don't remember them having been laid to rest after all was said and done. One, I think, was in an alcoholic stupor, and the other had just been knocked unconscious. But
Right.
I didn't
It's
think to
okay.
say anything because, well, I never thought they were the vindictive type.
Right. First question. How many charges? How many pieces of dwarven explosive were there?
There were. He stops for a moment, not stalling, just thinking. I remember there being, no, 4 sticks. They were in, a tube, or they were in a wood and sand. There was a small box of parts next to them. I didn't know what all of it was at the time, though. Having seen you move around with all of these parts, I'm thinking it had to do with whatever those explosive tubes were. I'm admittedly, I don't really know much about it. We were just we were originally supposed to deliver them up to someone in Nuln. Um, I don't remember who. We weren't given any actual names. No one uses real names in my old line of work.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. And Oscar pulls out his notepad and starts writing on it immediately. We are not going to say that the charges were from the wagon, he explains as he writes. We found a case of dwarven charges down there. I've already used several of them in the fight. We are going to explain to the city guard that when we found the open case, there were already 4 sticks missing. That will prevent inconvenient questions and make things easier. We found a case of them. 4 sticks are unaccounted for. We have reason to believe they are in the hands of members of the gang who were not present at the time that their base was destroyed. That's all the watch needs to know. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Good. And Oscar, having written all this down, he says, find the nearest member of the City Watch, get this note to their captain immediately. They need to search. If you can provide descriptions of your old colleagues, I know you may be reticent to do that, but as you say, they could be vindictive. If there's any additional information you feel the guards should know, please give it to them.
No, if I I didn't tell any of you before. I hadn't thought that it would be an issue, but I didn't trust that this wouldn't be held against me. But you
Sage,
yeah.
you fought alongside us in the dark. You have earned my trust. Right now, this is about preventing men who cannot let go of their grudges, who cannot redeem themselves as you have. I promise you that no one else in the house will know exactly where these charges came from. They were taken from the case we found down in the sewers. I will swear that before a statue of Verena herself if I must. But you need to fix this.
Hey, no need for that. Yeah, he all but rips the note out of Oscar's hands. I'll make this right, okay?
Go to it, Mr. Sage. I believe in you.
He gives Oscar an imperial salute before all but running out the window.
Right, I need to tell the others about this. Well, as much as they need to know. But in the meantime, all I really have to do is get the cart that we've just found linked up to the draft horse and take it back to the house to start loading and hope that Thess returns sometime soon so we can go and sell it all.
I would probably help you with that as a face.
Thank you. And instantly, as soon as I get back, I cast exposition and explain what just happened to Andre and anyone else who might be at the house.
It's super effective.
I just very seriously look at Oscar and I say, well, the lady tests her noble knights in strange ways. It could be that Sage may have to encounter his former compatriots in order to choose a better life for himself. Such is the cost of escalating himself to status of noble.
Regardless of what feelings you may have for them now, coming to blows with people that you once fought alongside will be a bitter pill for him no matter what.
Oh, yes, but it's something he'll have to deal with. It's a test of his heart. I can't force his decision for him, but it's one he'll have to make.
I pray that it's one. I pray that it's one that leaves his conscience less burdened than it could be.
Hmm.
At the very least.
I don't find it coincidence that they're emerging now. As he's choosing the righteous path, they come about. It's just natural, and these things happen.
Well, she is still inhuman. Well, not entirely, but I've never heard of someone stopping the blood kiss once it starts. Then again, I haven't met more than one vampire in my life, so actually now I've met like 7.
Wait, we're talking about the vampire. I thought we were talking about his former compatriots.
Oh, never mind. I'm not going to say a word.
What's happening with the vampire?
Oh,
yeah, I'm very confused.
Hey, I take that personally. I did not bite anyone.
No.
When did you join the conversation?
I'm sorry. I was passing by. I heard all of you talking in the other room. I needed to use the bathroom. She scampers upstairs.
We're not exactly kicking. All right. Not exactly kicking you out, he says, if she can even still hear him, which she might
Nope,
not.
she's gone.
Yep, alright.
Oscar just puts his hands over his face and just audibly says that you can all hear, "What has my life become?"
Well,
it seems that Sage has taken a liking to stirring her teacup, as it were.
And am I to take that?
Two.
Well, that means she's not dead yet, at least.
Well, indeed.
I mean, by all means, good for him.
And Knights of Bretonia don't have aspirations of chastity.
Oh, No, I mean, I know that's popular amongst you foreigners when you talk about the Knights of Bretonia, but no, unless you take a vow of it specifically, Knights of Bretonia are not sworn to any special vows of chastity.
The Knights of Bretonia don't practice chastity at all. Don't let anyone lie to you. As a matter of fact, she turned to Andre, it's quite common for them to have several bastards running around. I wonder how many you have.
None that I know of. It'd
That's
be
Well,
That qualifying statement suggests that there's a non-zero chance, Andre.
uh,
oh,
if
well,
there are any, it's because my father's out on crusade usually, and they would be in foreign countries.
you understand that makes it worse, right?
Well, I thought it made it better because they wouldn't qualify as pure Bretonian.
that
Oscar. What am I saying my name? I'm just. Andre. You are such an ass sometimes.
I oh, I'm sorry. It's unintentional. I just, you do things differently here than where I'm from.
I don't want to be mean to him. I don't want to be mean to him. I don't want to be mean to him.
You are an awesome
I need alcohol. Thank you, Quest and Jest. How are you doing? I need to stop with the accent for a moment. Thank you for the raid. It's very appreciated. Now back to the drama. You understand, Andre, in Kislev, in where I am
Oh
from,
shit! Great, I read.
you are not allowed to have bastard. If you have a
Well,
bastard, you have to take care of them.
Oh, be right back. You guys keep going.
Well, a noble is only born when a noble has copulation with another noble, so if a noble laid with a commoner, they would no longer be a noble and would be no longer entitled to the affections of their, well, noble parentage. It's quite simple, really. You need 5 generations of noble blood to be considered noble.
putting aside the moment of how nobles' lines
I'm
start.
I'm not going to slap him. I'm not going to slap him. I'm going to slap him.
Is it different other places?
Yes, quite well.
Lucia
Imperial
takes
law
off her
matters.
glove and just starts whacking Andre in the back of the head over and over again.
What have I done?
It is.
At least answer me this, Andre. Did you pay attention well and long enough to ensure that with relative confidence, ensure that there were no that it didn't that it was not that she was not the possible women were not laden with child?
Um, I would have serious questions. I mean, I I couldn't imagine my father doing it. I mean, after all, my mother is the Duke, actually. But if he's done something on Crusade, I'd be the first to know about it. As far as I know, I only have one brother and one sister.
I mean, fair, but we're more asking about you here. I
Do
believe that was
I?
topical. Yes, that was the question. Unless you, oh, you thought we were talking
Oh,
about asking about bastard siblings. No, no, we were asking if you had escapades that could
Have you
potentially
been
have resulted.
sleeping with women on your travels that you
oh,
may have given them children, Andre? I'm going to spell it out very slowly and clearly. Have you, Andre Morehire, created bastards across the East or anywhere else in the world?
Andre will blush a moment, but like break eye contact, which is unusual for him. But he'll look back and be like, "No, I had a vision a long time ago that were I to sire children, I would be prevented from going on the quest for the Grail, which would It's a trap many a knight falls into. Many have high inspiration and lofty goals of seeking out the Grail, but are tied down by station and duty and children, and then by the time they're able to, they're too frail or old to properly quest for the Grail. I've already long decided that I would not pursue such things.
You hear from the back of the room, the butler just yell to no one in particular. Ha! Pay up, harlot! Oh, damn it. Fine. I can't believe he win this one. The sound of coins changes hands, but they quietly say nothing else.
What?
Oh, you're just the subject of a bet. You don't mind it. It happens.
They totally didn't have a betting pool on.
I'm
The
more
butler's been
amazed
bored
that-
for a very long time.
I'm more amazed that the butler was able to be handed coins.
Yes, I'm gonna get a
Don't
lot
think
of
about the
sass.
power of prop comedy too hard.
I'm gonna get a lot of sass and look at Oscar. Do you think so low of me, good sir?
Andre, with all the dear respect I have gained for you in the past few weeks as we have fought to save each other's lives, I can say without any reservation that there is little you could do that would surprise me.
I'll just have to try harder then.
Please do not. I
well.
believe you. Please take this as the most sincere of compliments. I believe you to be capable of anything, my friend.
Thank you. I try my best. I think that was supposed to be backhanded, but Andre's going to choose to just take that as a compliment.
I. She pulls out a flask that she just filled this morning and just drinks the whole thing. I'm gonna make a carouse roll.
And look at that. We've made is that or is it a drinking check? Drinking is like an actual
Drink
skill.
alcohol.
Consume alcohol.
Yeah.
Which I passed! With flying colors!
Well,
I look at Lucia. I look at Lucia drinking. Oh, she's back to normal.
Well, that is one thing about this whole conversation.
Just because my liver cannot fail from alcohol does not mean it's still good for me to drink this much.
Have I done something out of step? I'm sorry. It's Normally I don't get questioned very often, although it's a welcome change of pace.
Okay, Andre, let me explain this to you. My mother.
Go ahead.
My mother was a bear wrestler. You would call her a peasant, an entertainer. When she died defending Prague, by Kislev law, my father had to take me in, or he would have his balls cut off.
And your father was a noble?
Yes.
Oh, you're quite strange then. And you're a mage of your patron god?
Yes.
Well, where do I put you on the social hierarchy? I'm gonna scratch. I'm gonna noticeably rub my chin. Just be like, part peasant, part priest, part noble.
I am third in line to inherit the Western Barony of Prague, well, Western Oblast of West Prague, but that's just a section of city.
I'm not sure what qualifies as noble in your country, but from what it sounds like, you're a noble.
The way I understand it for her people is that they count a great populate the life they live is so lethal and deadly that they cannot waste nor they take a waste not want not attitude when it comes to their hierarchy and
I
the
see.
people.
Well, I guess Lucia is as practical as her people. And truthfully, you've all proven to be quite noble of heart.
What are we going to
You
do
all
when
have
we
the character of go for it.
What are we going to do when we go to Bretonia? Are we just your entourage of followers and all of us are really peasants? Or is there some other term that has to be used so we don't get immediately shot, stabbed, or thrown off a balcony?
Well, you'd really only have to concern yourselves with the nobles of the land, because the peasants, well, you all automatically have a higher station than a Bretonian peasant. But generally, you're treated kind of on, how do you say in your language? Um, Appearance. If you're foreigners, if you look quite noble, you'll be treated as such. Knowing the language and giving gifts to nobles will also help, but no, you really shouldn't have any. Well, I look at Rodolin. Maybe Rodolin would probably have the most problems.
I'll just
Yeah,
have to pretend to be a humble beggar.
that's probably for the
Oh,
best.
certainly, the disguise has certainly worked before.
Yeah. You would probably evoke fear from peasants, Lucia. They already fear handmaidens of the lady. Finding out that a whole nother country has a whole nother set of handmaidens would absolutely frighten them, let alone Mori. And
Especially considering the fact. Oh, and I don't know if they fully understand the deity involved. When they hear that it's a giant snow, or that uh, your patron god is a bear.
I've
Noble.
never heard of
Like,
it, so if I'd never heard of it, there's a high likelihood a Bretonian peasant has never heard of it. Oscar would be treated as a noble. I mean, look at him. Smart, strapping, well
what
armed.
about Petherau?
What? What a. Andre gets visibly nervous. What about Lady Thesserau?
Well, I'm quite curious how you believe your people would react to her. At least given the fact that you attend with her, as she would be traveling.
Andre looks unbelievably flush at such a question.
I'm going to go start scrubbing armor before I
What,
beat
miss? What?
Andre to within a till I
Hey.
beat Andre until I have a tooth as a trophy.
That's a good point. Before you go here, and I'm just going to hand Lucia a scrap of paper. This is a note from me. It's got my family seal on it. It should just show it to the people at the gunnery school branch, and they'll let you in to use the forges and all the equipment.
She hands. Lucia's probably mentally screaming, "Sucre You have no idea how loud she's screaming that. She pulls out the other flask and hands it to Oscar in case you need a drink.
I will be in the company of Andre and Thesserau. I think that is likely. Thank you.
Good luck finding this.
Thank you. Andre, we've got the cart all loaded up. We should go and find Thess and start haggling to sell all of this.
Good. Well,
Do you know? Do we have any idea where? Do you have any ideas as to where Thess may have gone?
knowing her, probably
Not
the markets.
really. either the markets. She mentioned wanting to set up a business, so perhaps she's touring the dilapidated buildings. To be honest, my entire plan was to speak to the first child we saw and ask them if they'd seen the lizard lady and go from there.
That's actually not a bad plan.
Dear Thesserau is not precisely inconspicuous.
I'm inclined to agree. I wasn't one to think about that part, but well, yes, you're right. Not many like Thess around.
She stands out like a halfling gesture in the Reichstag ball.
It's gonna roll a real quick.
What the fuck does that mean?
Got a crisp 80 plus on that intelligence check. What now? The
She's
cultural reference is
extremely
lost.
obvious.
Oh, right. Yes, I said that too.
Amazing.
And grammatically, it's not too far from what you are, dear Andre.
Damn it.
Andre,
Andre,
dear
no.
himbo.
I need you to
I
say
have
it
a high
Andre's voice.
intelligence.
Andre,
Still a himbo.
Can you please say? So you're telling me a shrimp fried this rice, please?
So you're telling me a shrimp fried this rice?
God damn it! It's too on brand.
I'm sorry, if anyone out there feels like doing fan art, we just need Andre in a t-shirt that says pure of heart, dumb of ass on it.
This is true.
I am also waiting for Moon to look in the loot handout and read the suggested ingredients for Ritual of Wizardry armor.
I've been afraid. I saw that and like do I wanna? I need to. Oh, also speaking of, I don't quite remember, but I do believe that Lucia currently sported on one of her hips the mark of Ursus.
Yes, you put Ursus's cutie mark on my hip.
There's a matching one on the other hip.
God damn it!
To be fair, this one's a little bit more stylized and even has a little snowflake on it.
Motherfucker.
So it might be pretty easy to find Thess, because after I've toured a few buildings, I'm practicing my songs.
Oh, that's lovely.
Especially the one about Kislevian stories.
Because I know you're all pervert. I know all of you are pervert. One you want.
What in the fuck?
What?
A bar of steel, blessed by a priest of Moor, and pissed on by a cow that is sacrificed to Moor afterwards, plus 10 to casting roll. Really? All that for just a plus 10? God damn, that's involved.
By the way, like spell ingredients, suggested ingredients are consumed on casting.
I hope I don't have to consume the piss bar.
No, the magic consumes them.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to consume the piss bar.
Listen, I feel magic would have an entirely different reputation.
I mean, okay.
Like Rodlin trying to wharf down a fistful of feathers to cast flight magic.
Okay. I'm gonna read some of the other complications that are suggested. Crafted by someone of particular eccentricity who was electrocuted.
Oh, I can help with that one.
Used in an inconveniently abundant quantity. containing or composed of some horrific or very unpleasant thing, such as a pile of dung or human flesh.
Don't you just hate it when your armor turns into human flesh?
Is broken by the hand of your greatest foul enemy. These are some of the complication suggestions for ingredients. Other ingredients suggested: tooth, tusk, specific body parts of human, elf, dwarf, halfling, or in one case, a beastman. A set of women's undergarments. A set of men's undergarments that are found to be fetching by women and men.
The mankini.
Impossible standards.
The banana hammock.
A specific musical instrument whose player was killed for their music.
No,
Kurt Cobain.
I'm not gonna die for your stupid enchantment.
These are suggested enchantment ingredients. A mirror that was broken by someone who was upset because they looked at it. Anyway. No,
A can of SpaghettiOs that was eaten by a starving orphan's dog.
I'm sorry, this list combined with my brain at 5 in the morning is doing weird things to my mental state.
Yes!
It's great, isn't it?
This is a common.
Oh my god, a chef! I just thought of one. A chef's knife that has severed the finger of a hand that from the man it was who was a man or woman who was wielding it.
Thankfully, this is a common enchantment that is commonly available at most mage colleges, so Rodolin doesn't have to spend months doing research on it, because he can just go get somebody to teach it to him. Or he can learn it himself through just some reading.
Oh, that doesn't tie back into the
With
conversation
the
we had
minor
earlier.
issue that with the time period we're playing in, the only magical college is in Middenheim.
No, that's fine. This actually ties back into a conversation Rodolin and I had earlier.
Oh no.
Hilariously so.
Oh yeah, we
And because I know all of you are bastards, fine. A special piece of content, if we make the stream tip goal, I'll have a safe for work in quotation marks version of Lucia with the cutie marks on her tip. Are you happy?
Yes. No.
Yes.
Because
I-
we have to have it.
I will have the artwork drawn if we make the stream tip goal this week. Because I really need my car back.
I really need your car back. We can't go climbing without it.
I know.
Well, so I suppose next time we'll pick up with the quest for Thess, and also to continue getting everyone ready to dress to impress,
Yeah.
as it will be one more. I believe it was one more day until the. Yeah, so it's not today. It's it would be tomorrow that the lot of you are expected to be down there for an audience.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
Makes sense.
Sounds good.
huzzah.
Huzzah. All right.
Alright, so we're all now going to say goodnight, one at a time. So,
Sound off all.
I am Fiora, I am your streamer, and I have been playing Lucia Blick, hitter of the bad knight, can't keep it in his pants, Andre. I hope you had a wonderful time. I've also been your camera person and the person who's hosting the game in general, so that it can actually be played without the computer exploding.
Hi, everyone. I have been Thesserau, the oddly quiet and yet at the same time active in the background, hunting for my new storefront soon there will be ice cream in Warhammer 40k or fantasy. Excuse me, there's ice cream in 40k. So thank you all for joining us. Look forward to next week.
Yes, hello. I have been Oscar Hertzsprung, scion of the minor noble house Hertzsprung of Wissamland and Nuln. It has been my very great pleasure to be entertainment for you this evening. And I have been Albion. Thank you very much for joining us for another chaotic session. We are either dying in the dark or cringing in the light. These are our only two states.
Uh,
I find
that
both
quote,
acceptable.
dying in the dark, cringing in the light. I have been I am Rantalapid, and I have been Rodlin, the wandering wizard, part-time philosopher, and so far the only one here not tied up in relationship drama.
I don't know about that. That's Laneshi demons licking its lips.
Ugh.
I think she can give you a Kislevian pipeline.
Oh,
But, don't you?
Moon, if you would see us out.
I just need bleach for my eyes to see things out. Hello, I have been the GM, and I have largely just been enjoying the interpersonal relationships between you all. And apparently the dice are just thirsty. No, seriously, there's a 1% chance. Dice. 6-9.
Alright, I would like to thank Azrael DMS C&D, Quest in Jess, and Coming for That Booty for following me. I'd like to thank Quest for Jess and BitGamer for the raids, Bronze for the host, Ponychick for the host, Rocky for the host, Final Set for the host, Furry1 for the only tip tonight, and Alitahu and Speaksty Prime for the follows as well. I will see all of you tomorrow. Please drop the hashtag Warhammer Fantasy Noises in Paleo's chat when you land. It's been a while since we rated Paleo, so it'll be out of the blue, and the little shark boy will be very happy. Good night, everybody. Players, say good night.
Good night,
Good night,
players.
everybody.
Everyone.
Have a good evening and sweet dreams.
Good night.
And we're